Alrighty, I almost I almost broke because I got jump scared when I saw that the last YouTube video I was watching, the diaper teleporter from Soundsmith was still up there, and I almost broke. But I really like watching out that intro. It gets me so hyped for another run on Risk of Rain 2. I'm so excited to be back. So it is the end of my work week. Yesterday was my last day. I got back home early this morning. I slept in a lot, but before I went to sleep, I did a few things. I got some more makeup because I've been experimenting more with makeup lately, and I've been having a lot of fun doing that. But I slept in a lot because, like I said before, last time when I did that impromptu stream that barely lasted an hour, it's definitely not a good idea for me to try to push myself to make this sort of stuff happen, because then I'm not going to be creating or improving to the best of my ability. Sorry, my throat's a little sore. I've been yelling a lot at work this week. So I just completely took the first half of my day off to sleep in today, because I'm usually supposed to be awake at minimum by 6, because that's when my shift starts, and then I'm awake from 6 to 6, and then add on a few hours before or after as fluff for being awake longer than just 12 hours, because people are usually awake for 16 to my knowledge. So what I decided to do was just sleep in until I wake up. And unfortunately, I didn't get to spend as much time with my partner as I would have liked. But a trade-off of this is that I woke up feeling amazing. Well, I was groggy for like the first half hour because I definitely woke up in the middle of a sleep cycle. But after that, I was feeling amazing. Got some food, got some water, though I haven't been drinking as much. I'm going to sip on some of that. I'm going to do a stream for however long I feel like tonight. I have a couple goals for stuff I want to do tonight. I'm trying to plan more, because if I don't plan, I don't get stuff done. There's a furry artist who made a comic about that I relate to heavily. I love their work. Damn, their name's escaping me. Oh, well. It's not probably the best place to share that sort of stuff anyways. But my plans for today, I'm going to do a few runs of Risk and Rain. Probably primarily Commando, but I also want to do a little bit of Mercenary. We'll do some more prismatic shot, not prismatic, we'll do a bit more of Eclipse, because I'm having a lot of fun with that. I was also thinking it'd be really cool, because like I like the early game where Commando is difficult and it requires a high amount of skill and skill expression. At least it feels like it to me. I may just still be very, very bad in order to survive the earlier rounds. But I want to keep that feeling through most of the run. I wonder if there's mods, because I do know there are mods for this game. I wonder if there's mods in this game that give diminishing returns the more you stack in items. So that way, if you grab items quickly and efficiently, the levels won't outscale you, but you can't just become a hyper god of death by just sitting in a stage, grabbing every single item, and doing that on loop for like an hour, you know? Just a thought I had, something I think that could make it interesting to shake up the gameplay loop here. There's a lot of other games I want to get to and start playing, though. Like, Ultra Kill is one that I've really been interested in lately. And I told myself I'm not going to let myself start another hack and slash until I finish that project I'm working on, or at least until I make significant progress on it. Because I want to have this first one as a starting point, and then I play a bunch more hack and slashes, and then I revisit the video concept later when I've hopefully learned a lot from working on the first one, and I can make a better second one. So, 2 main goals for tonight's stream. I'm going to play Risk of Rain for like maybe an hour, hour and a half. I want to get to doing art before too much of the addy wears off, because I did take that before I started streaming like probably half an hour ago. And I'm definitely feeling the effects right now. So I want to do like maybe an hour or 2 of Risk of Rain, and then we're going to do a writing sesh, and then art after. Art can come last, because I've been focusing a lot on art the past couple days, and I'm fine with like having that take a seat on the back burner, but we will get to it today. Let's see. So it'll probably be best if I get straight into Risk of Rain, so let's hop into an Eclipse run. I gotta say, I'm very happy I started streaming again. When Vinny and I used to stream back in the day, we did it more for trying to pull people in and get them to watch. And while it worked with limiting degrees, we didn't go all in on it, so we didn't have much more than the base level lines of success. We were able to cultivate a community, and I kind of miss that. Maybe I'll try that out as well again. But I'm having a lot more fun now that I'm going into it with the expectation that this is first and foremost for me. If people like it, they can stop by and say hi. I've had one very nice gentleman do that so far. But bare minimum, this is for me. If I'm not having fun, just like any other video game, then why bother? Well, you know, aside from like trying to improve it, something I want to improve. You know, sometimes my musical instruments can frustrate me a little bit, but the end goal is to get better. So I will stick with them through all of that. And maybe that's a perspective I should take in all things that I work on. Let me compose myself, organize my thoughts. We'll keep all the expansions on. I've really considered turning off Alloy Collective because I'm not a big fan. But the items are fun. I wish I could just, like, can I turn off just the maps? No, I can't. Damn. Oh, well. And I don't think artifacts are allowed in this game mode. Alright, fall damage is lethal. Ally starting health minus half. I really do like the minus starting health. Monsoon already has lower health regen by default. So adding in a modifier that lowers your starting health, it just doubles down on making you really value your health as a resource. Once you've gotten good enough, maybe you don't even need to reach this threshold to feel this, but I personally felt like this. After I beat my first run, I felt like I had gotten good enough at the game to where I could really spend my health. Like, I could expend it like it wasn't even a resource. Like, I only ever needed to worry about getting one shot from staying in an area too long. But beyond that, I didn't feel like my health was a resource I needed to manage. Also, let me turn this audio down now that I'm actually in a game. But now I'm in game modes that are forcing me to think, okay, I need to start kiting and running away, and I need to actually dodge attacks, because if I don't, they're going to bleed me to death over time. I won't get one shot, but I'll put myself in one-shot territory. Myers having a hard time adjusting as well because, like, I have to swap between looking at this, looking at League, looking at work monitors. My eyes have to do a lot of monitor staring. That's part of why they get strained so frequently. I've been trying to take less time on my breaks staring at monitors as well. Because when you go from staring at a monitor for your job for 12 hours straight, then you go staring at a monitor at home for another 8 hours, your eyes barely get any time to recover. Because it is like a workout for your eyes, constantly making them look and focus on something. Like, I think it's because it's like at such a particular distance from my eyes. Like, my monitor is just like a fixed resolution at a fixed distance from my eyes. And my eyes have to focus on maintaining that without moving at all for like a solid 6 hours at a time. Especially when I'm home, because then there's even less there's even less reason for me to actually get up and walk around. At least at work, I'm incentivized to get up and move every hour or so. I'm falling in love with this game more the more I play it. It's such a good game. I need to not get too hyper-fixated on it, though. I think I'll ride this high for maybe this next week, and then I'll put it down for a little bit. Not saying it's a bad thing to have a hyperfixation, and it's not a bad thing certainly to indulge in it, but don't let it consume you. I've had those weeks or months of my life where I got way too obsessed with the game, and it just basically became my life for a whole week. And I don't think that's good for anybody. Not even a week. I mean, like, when I say it became my life, it's not like, oh, this is all I can talk about because it's a really cool game. I mean, like, oh my god, I really want those glasses. Okay, don't die now. I actually really want those glasses. I mean, it got to the point to where, like, Vinny and I would wake up. We'd play 7 Days to Die for 8 hours. We would maybe leave our rooms to use the bathroom and then eat, barely ever to shower, and then we went back to playing for like another 6 hours. That's all we would do. We would leave the house like maybe once or twice a week, and then we would do nothing else. And it was a really sad existence to live. Work helps fill out that, like, want and need to have a purpose. Like, feels like I actually contribute to something now, even though I personally don't feel like I do because of the work I do. But it feels like I do. Let's go for a little bit durability. I really want to maximize the time I have with this, and I'm gonna get more of that by not dying. As I said, these are one of my favorite items to play with because they're just. I'm a gambler. I like gambling. I like playing for those funny high moments and maximizing the times it can happen. Uh-oh. Okay, that didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. Definitely the shield helping out with that one. I thought I applied collapse for a second. I know I can't, though. That's definitely the void creatures doing that. They're stealing my money, though. Alright, let's see. I see Sticky Bomb and Cautious Slug. Let's go for a Cautious Slug. Yeah, let's try a little bit more durability on Commando this run. I wonder if the health regen effects from Cautious Slug get nerfed by this game mode as well, because it definitely feels like it. Reaching Fin? I mean, it's alright. I'll take it. But yeah, I'm trying to be more mindful of the content I consume and in what quantities, so they don't just like consume my life for weeks at a time. I'm trying to avoid having those weeks of my life where they go by and I can't even remember what happened, you know? Like, everything becomes so samey that you don't even realize you're living. There's some things I've been doing that have been helping with that, like trying to, I don't know, sorry, I'm trying to lock down shooting and monologue about my life. I'm trying to form more meaningful connections, even if they're not in person. I've been trying in person with varying levels of success. I don't think I've been very successful, but just like trying to talk to more people, whether extended or not, because that's stepping out of my comfort zone. And I think stepping out of my comfort zone is a good indicator most of the time that I'm moving in the right direction towards becoming a better person. It's similar to picking up an instrument or like a new skill for the first time. You suck at it and it feels uncomfortable because you've never done it before. It really is tragic. Like one of humanity's greatest skills is to change. The ability to take in information, take in difficulty and hardship, and get better at the challenges it provides. That allows you to do so many cool things, but oh, I did not know that. The amount of times you suspend somebody in air scales up with how many stacks you have. I did not know that. But yeah, it's just like one of your best skills you have is to get better at things. And the fact that change and that difficulty feels uncomfortable to so many people is really tragic, because that's like an indicator that you're usually getting better at those things. I don't really like Void Scent Flame. I really prefer having Will-O-Wisp. Let's go for a Void run, though. The only Void item I won't willingly take, though, is Polyloot. I just like my ukulele too much. I do like the bell sound effect. I think it's a good way to, like, snap people back into, like, hey, game's getting more difficult. Don't forget, there is a timer. Alright, I think I have enough money. Yeah, I definitely have enough money to fund this. No funny Vine boons yet. I really want one. Oh, I'm fine here. Yeah, I don't have to move. I'm fine. Just keep calm and keep shooting. That's all you gotta do. Just believe. I threw myself off the map. Oh, no. Wait, I stalled my movement? I did it again. No, I'm dead for real now. No! Oh, man, it faced me off the... Like, it faced me pointing away from the map. That's so tragic. I clutched so hard, and then it just gave... Oh, that's so frustrating. I got the funny glasses, and now I'm not going to see him again for the rest of the night. I'm sad. Oh, well. Do be like that sometimes. You know what they can't take away from me? They can't take away this. Oh my god, it's so satisfying. I wonder if Ari would appreciate this character if they played the game more. Because they just, like, comically refer to them as potential man. Like, he can be the best character in the game. He can be really good, but, you know, he's not. But I don't even think that's the case. Other people look at this guy and say, well, he can't one-shot the first boss. So, is he even good? I think they succeed in the character design with this character, in that he is a jack of all trades. Maybe I need to play the other characters more to see if anyone else fits into that position, but Commando has reliable everything. He's got good DPS at mid and long range, at close range. Like, you can see that his DPS falls off a little bit at further range, but it's still there. And to my knowledge, there's only a handful of characters that outrange Commando, because Commando technically can't damage permanently far, like, or infinitely far. I noticed this, like, the other day, but, like, Commando can't damage, like, beyond this distance, I think. Like, you'll see his projectiles don't leave an impact over there. They might be, and I might just be out of the render range, but, like, I know for a fact, once you start getting, like, that far away, his bullets stop existing after a certain point, even though it looks like they're still traveling. Now, I think that's not the case for his right click. I'm pretty sure his right click does travel infinitely far, and it might be the same for his ult, but I know at least for his primary fire, it does have an actual fall off where it just doesn't damage anymore. But I think Commando is overall a success in that he is one of the most reliable characters in the game. He's got decent movement, he's got decent DPS, he's got decent burst damage, and he's got decent CC. He's also fairly durable as far as the other survivors go. I think that is definitely aided by his ability to outmaneuver the enemy, and then to also CC them and stun them. Like, he's got multiple options for terms of damaging enemies, but also for outmaneuvering them. Now, you compare that to somebody like Rex. Rex has his sonic boom, and that's about it. He can't really maneuver in any other ways than that, even with his ult fires. And Rex does have his sonic boom to also CC enemies, but they're on the same ability. So you have to choose between, do you want to maneuver away, or do you want to CC somebody? You can do them both at the same time, but you don't have the option of doing one or the other, then doing the other later. Rex also has outstanding DPS and durability, but his utility, he has to trade off for more damage, to my knowledge. It's like Rex is close to being the same level as flexible as Commando, but his kit overall is more burst oriented. If he gets high enough attack speed, he kind of becomes a like hyper DPS. But Commando is at all stages of the game basically the same character. Some items will massively augment his ability to deal with different situations. But Commando, depending on the items he gets, never really stops feeling like Commando, you know? And there are definitely some characters who suffer from that loss of identity based on the items they can get. Probably one of the best being False Sun, especially with the loadouts you take for False Sun. Like, I've tried the other loadouts for Commando, and while they definitely change how satisfying you can feel in the mid, the late, and different items he gets, he doesn't stop feeling like Commando. But False Sun goes from being an interesting hybrid burst damage and drain tank with his primary abilities to, if you swap just his, like, don't ever swap his dash. To my knowledge, his other dash just sucks because it's like really hard to aim. It's not very consistent. That's at least my personal distaste for it. I kind of want a little bit of movement. I don't need Cautious Slug this time. But if you swap two of the False Sun's abilities, he instantly goes from being this like interesting hybrid, like drain tank and burst damage character, the ability to swap between one or the other with a few button clicks, to you're essentially invincible as long as you have a Stoneflux Pauldron, and then you're also the highest DPS character in the entire game once you have more than one Stoneflux Pauldron. A Stoneflux Pauldron and an Infusion instantly makes you one of the best characters in the game on that guy. Like, I cannot understate how easy it is for that guy to turn into a completely different character with two items. I think it's a very interesting design for a character, kind of like Mundo from League of Legends. You get rewarded for building a stat that most of the characters do not see in the same way. Like, the same can't be said for Railgunner, because Railgunner scales crit uniquely because she's got guaranteed crit built into her kit, so she needs to scale it somehow. And it's interesting, giving different characters different ways to interact with stats. But it's not close to the same way that the False Sun interacts with durability, health items. The level of scaling he gets from it goes from just being a unique gimmick that gives him his own identity to this will completely break him and the game with one or two items. Like, other characters, it's kind of like a challenge. The developers say, yeah, we know you can break our game, we dare ya. Do it. Go on, do it, coward. But for him, it's like, yeah, if you want to play easy mode, I guess just hit the newt shop once or twice. There's your free win, you know? And maybe I've just had, like, 2 or 3 dozen runs where I just got a very unfair experience with him. Like, oh man, everything was weighted in my favor and everything. But I can't be the only one that thinks that False Sun instantly becomes, like, he's, first of all, this is a comparison I could make this game to, like, in the way that the characters are designed, especially with their, kits. Most of the characters in this game, if you ask me what their best abilities were, again, I've only experienced, like, half the unlockable abilities for the characters in the game. I don't have as many hours in them as I do Commando. But if you ask me what their best abilities were, I would just, you know, it's that meme of JonTron, I'll take stock. But False Sun is one of, like, maybe 2 characters, I think, where I would instantly say, no, actually, this character is a stock upgrade if you swap out his abilities. And that's so jarring. Like, I really cannot overstate just the insane difference in character identity that comes with swapping a couple abilities on that guy. I think the ability unlock should allow you to augment your playstyle, but they shouldn't completely, like, change the entire game. They should change your perspective on the game, not what the game is, because it goes from being a, I don't know, what would you classify Risk of Rain as? A roguelike, third-person horde shooter? A difficult one at that, but I think that's essentially what it is. But, you know, it goes from that into basically, right-click simulator. You just go to playing a game of cookie clicker. I cannot overstate just how ridiculous False Sun becomes with just one item. As soon as you get a Stoneflux Pauldron, most characters in the, most enemies in the game won't be able to out DPS your durability. You'd have to, like, let the game intentionally outscale you for them to start becoming a threat again. And that's with one. If you get that and a bison steak, which is the worst food item in the game, or you get that and an infusion, God, the infusions are so insanely good on him. Like, again, health is already not the worst stat in the game to be building because it just makes you harder to kill. But if you build... Was there a 3D printer on this map? I don't know. I've just been crashing out about how absurdly easy False Sun is by swapping his abilities. I don't even know where I was going with this. I just got lost in the, oh, have you guys heard about how absurdly busted the False Sun is? I'm sure you have, but I'm going to say it anyways. Let me try to reel my thoughts back in a bit. I guess I could talk about how I feel about the different characters in this game. I like the designs. But there's some characters, as you could probably tell from just the last time I showed up my stats page, that I genuinely just don't enjoy playing. They're interesting concepts, and yeah, sure, they're good characters, but they're not really fun. Like, I think an example would be Huntress. I don't mind that Huntress's DPS just can't go beyond short range. That's fine. Like, there's other characters that exist like that. But I don't like the lack of agency. There's no other character, to my knowledge, in the game that has a primary fire ability that will just not let you cast it at all if you're outside the range of somebody. Like, at the very least, let me throw a projectile that just looks completely different to give the indication that this isn't going to do anything because nobody else is in the range. Because at the very least, it just, like, gives me the feeling that I'm still doing something, I'm just not doing it right. But it feels like they're completely stripping you of your agency when you play that character as soon as you get out of the range that you can fire your primary fire. Again, I just don't know. Like, if you're playing Spy from Team Fortress 2, if you knife at somebody and they're not in your melee range, it doesn't do anything, but you still get the knife swing animation. If they could just do something like that for the Huntress, I feel like I wouldn't detest her as much. That's the main reason I can't get over playing her. I've never made it in, like, I've never played a full run as her. As soon as I got, like, into first stage, every time I've tried playing her, most of the times it was by accident, I just immediately restarted the run and just picked somebody else. Again, I know it's probably more of a personal pet peeve than anything, because I've seen a lot of art of her online. Like, she seems to be fairly popular, if not, if nothing else, for at least design alone. And I agree, I think her design's a very good design. It's a unique and funky looking design. But I just can't get over how much her kit, by design, annoys me personally. Maybe I could try doing a run to get over myself and see just how it feels to play her, and I'll come around on her. The way she's built to me, I haven't played with her yet, but she feels like she would play like a slightly longer range assassin, like bandit. She has a few abilities that can be longer range, but it does seem like she just wants you to get in close. Oh man, a cleansing pool. I always get sad when I can't hit one. They're fairly rare spawns, so I'm just like always like, oh man. You know what? If I see the nude altar, I'm gonna hit the void fields. I don't think I've done an Eclipse run where I've tried hitting the void fields in the same run. I think that could be fun. Because I don't quite remember. Do the void fields have a guaranteed item of giving... I hit them very rarely. Do the void fields have a guaranteed chance of giving you void items? I know they have like those void potentials, which are always like... They're the exact same copies of items if you get multiple of them, which you get multiple of them if you're playing with allies. But I don't quite remember if there's, like, any guaranteed Void Cradle spawns in there, again, because I hit it so rarely. Mercenary gives me very high risk, high reward type vibes. And I do like that. Do I have any items that'll break if I get low? No, just me. So let's get a few kills and hit that again, shall we? Wait. Nice. I suppose I only did rant about the Huntress. Who else is there? Hopefully I can turn that into Light State Cell. Also, I don't know that I have a way up there. I think the Bandit's a fun character. I've never made it particularly far with him into a run. And the only memories I have of him are times where I beat runs. It's more like where I looped. So again, not the best full of mental data to pull from, but I think he's fun. Again, not my go-to, but I'd say it's something more of a mercenary type deal. Oh, man. I'll try again. I know I can hit that. I'm just bad. I do think Bandit has very unique design, but I wish they kept his dynamite toss. I'm really curious why they decided to get rid of it, because it doesn't feel like we have, like, a demolitionist in the way that I don't feel like we have a bomb chucker in the group. At least not one that feels like it. We do have Engineer, and he does technically throw down bombs, but it doesn't feel satisfying in the way that it feels like throw a stick of dynamite, you know? Or like how it feels to play Demo Man, where you sling bombs and, you know, it feels like they have impact. It feels like they would send an enemy's body flying off a hill. It feels more like, oh, these are stylized like bombs, and they're small bombs. They feel like you're just throwing a handful of firecrackers at someone's feet, and that's about it. The Artificer's right click feels more like a bomb than anything, but she's like a... She's more of a... I don't know, maybe that is why they got rid of it. Maybe they turned it into the Artificer. Just like, hey, we'll make a bomb-themed character, but we're going to make it like tech and magic-themed. Magic through tech, as it were. Oh, wait, give me that. Let's see how this feels. I don't usually play with this. It's never really caught my eye, so let's see how it feels. Oh, man. I remember why I don't like playing with it, because it makes me feel like I'm playing Huntress. Again, I've barely played any games of her, but it feels like her right-click. So it doesn't bounce between targets, it cuts through them all. But I feel like as Commando, I'm not really going to be in range of enemies much, aside from teleporter events, I guess, because they're smaller now to hit that. Also, I think I should just go for the tele. There's not much here. Would anything be good to get rid of for that? Yeah, I could lose one of my good items. It's fine. I don't need it. Not saying it's not a good item, but I just don't know where a scrapper is. I don't feel like finding one. I hear that. You bell-looking Brazong-type Pokemon MF. Man, if I keep pausing like this, it's going to take me ages to get through the list of them. Who else is there? Rex. Rex is a funky little design and a fun character to play. I like his artillery fire. It feels like a unique ability. The only character that even comes close to feeling like it would be... Oh, man, what's his name? Captain. Uh-oh. I forgot to hit a shrine in the mountain, so I should be mindful of that. Uh-oh. Just get between me and him, please. Oh, I got gasoline. I've been focusing so hard about talking about things in the game, I forgot to talk about things in the game. Why is there 3 boss health bars? Are there 3 bosses in there? I can barely tell. Like, I heard the sounds, I saw them go through and do a big damage. I know the Solmarang is technically dealing big damage, it just doesn't feel satisfying to use. It's part of the reason why I hardly like equipment is because, like, it's a temporary extra ability you get for a run if you decide to keep it. But I just don't like that because it feels like a special little gimmick more than an actual part of your kit. And again, that's just like a personal gripe as a player. That's why I prefer equipment with passive effects, because then it feels like you just picked up another item. Again, an item that feels like an item. Even though, you know, you could argue there's some items that feel like they act more like equipment than actual equipment, which is completely a fair thing to say. Items that have cooldowns like Ronald and Kujaro's band. Maybe if they... well, I guess it's because I have to activate equipment. It feels like if Solmarang were a thing that could happen passively, just like every 20 seconds on an auto attack, and by auto attack I mean my primary fire. If it were more like one of those type deals, then I probably would like it a lot more. So, you know, maybe I just need to change my perspective and stop being an absolute jaded player. Long-standing Solitude and the Brittle Crown. A funny combo if ever there was one. They so rarely give you them both in one, so how could I not? Well, it severely limits the amount of items I can get, even if my scaling goes up through the roof. Oh, Deathmark? Yes, sir. What will it take for me, though? It will take one random item. Please don't be my Shiv or my Goat Hoof. That's all I ask. Took the Crowbar. Let's go. I didn't like the Crowbar anyways. Benthic Bloom is tempting, and I do have 2 Gore's Tomes. That's not Benthic Bloom, that's 57 Leaf Clover. If I had the funny crit glasses, I would take it. Like the funny ones, not the regular ones, the funny ones. Wonder what happens if you get that and Purity. I've never seen both in one, and I'm really tempted to get both. You know what? We can throw the run for this. I want to see an interesting run. Kinetic Dampener and my Deathmark. Man, that is just tragic. Luck is on your side, and now let's get you. And let's get you. What is this run? I have no idea. Thank you, Lizard Man, or Newt Man. Sorry about the time I killed you, but it's always a pleasure doing business with you. Use the lunar coins wisely, my friend. Man, lunar coins just don't hit the same ever since the inflation that hit them back when people found out about the notepad exploit. Man, can't believe they bankrupted the Newt like that. Just took away all his chances of ever getting settled down and have a home. Poor Newt. But see, the only reason I don't like doing this funny combo is now I'm basically being incentivized to stay in stages for as long as possible. If I want a chance of getting all the purchases and stuff. But I'll try not to lean into that. I'll still try to adhere to my my maximum of like 10 minutes per stage. That's the goal I try to do, is not do more than 10 minutes per stage. Oh boy. You certainly are pests, aren't you? Having drones helps, though. They take a lot of the constant DPS from those things. That was a nice little satisfying hit with the Somerang. Again, I don't like it, but, you know, it's not feeling like a total waste of space. God, this is pain. That's my first purchase I got. Oh my god, my cooldowns are so short, though. I basically get to permanently right-click. That's kind of sick. I should definitely be spamming it more often. Enemies are not fun safe anywhere, even behind walls. Especially behind walls. It'd be really funny if there was like a legendary item they added that was basically just like wall hacks that let you see through walls on enemies. Maybe like you put a debuff on enemies, kind of like network suffering that lets you see them through walls. How network suffering might already let you see them through walls, and I might just be crazy. Money on getting hit sounds like hyperscaling. You know what? I really do like crit glasses, but this will just let me get my purchases faster. So we'll do it. Somerang does a lot of damage. Sheesh. Oh, it makes them bleed. I see. Yeah, let's go for the help, I guess. Part of me is sad that nobody ever stops by to talk. I do want people to talk to and yap with, but I got myself at least, and that's enough. Sometimes the sky tints a different color here, and I can never tell if that's because like a funny event's happening or if because the map just glitched because I went underground and came back up and the fog didn't go away. Now let's get another drone in here. Yeah. Now turn Somerang, or Buzzsaws, whatever you want to call it. I don't know why I keep calling it Somerang. I don't even know if that's the name. Turns them into a passive effect that happens, just like I asked. Equipment drones were such a unique concept. I'm glad they added them in. I wonder if there's a thing like that in Binding of Isaac. Do I have to thank Binding of Isaac for that? I don't remember it being a thing in base Binding of Isaac, you know, being able to make one of your equipments a follower. Credit card? Oh, man. Now I really wish I didn't make that choice. That is just unbelievably sad. Well, if nothing else, I just feel compelled to commit self-immolation with every single little poison sack I can here. Maximize the amount of money I get, you know? What are those called? Sulfur pods, I see. Encrusted key is funny. I thought I had scrap. Oh yeah, I used it. Alrighty. No, that's fine. I was just gonna grab gasoline if I did have scrap, but I don't need it. Soulless distributor, but what are the little guys he throws out called? Because I figured out what they do now. They're like little suicide bombers. Soulless mines, I see. My AoE damage is huge because of all those right clicks I have and the gasoline. Alright, let's see. Give me a little bit more money. Effectively, EXP is just money. I just have to get enough of it. They only take exact change here. You get a purchase or you get nothing. Will-O-Wisp, nice. Is there anything here I want to scrap? Not really. More attack speed, I suppose. Alright, we're coming up on when I should be leaving the stage, so let's make our way to the teleporter. And then whatever purchases we have left, we'll use to hit the rest of the things here, because I know I haven't cleared the stage out. Oh, I was worried it'd be a Zai construct. It's when this part of the game turns into a bullet hell. Phase, bullet, my beloved. Phase shot, whatever you want to call it. It's doing so much right now. I don't think it'll be enough. I think I'm doomed here, but I'll keep fighting. Oh, at least that takes care of most of the pests. For a little while, anyways. Honestly, if I just keep shooting all the enemies, I'll eventually outscale this thing. I've already earned 2 levels just from this fight alone. God, those medic drones are doing so much to keep me alive right now. I need to get back up there before my drones die because I stopped tanking DPS. Oh my God, that Salmarang hurts. When the drones use it, at least. Alright, I need to get away before he fires again. I'll keep that pillar in between us, too. That'll be a good little place to hide. Not if all the enemies knock me out! No! Oh, well. Like I said, I kind of knew I was throwing the run there by taking those 2 items and trading off most of my good ones. What do I want to play now, though? Sorry, I was having a hard time getting immersed in that run because I kept getting, like, disappointing pull after disappointing pull. I wasn't really, like, being the most optimistic with it, so it was just, like, a spiraling mindset that led to me not being very happy about being in the run in the first place. Let's try that again. Distant Roost. I got a good feeling about this one. This is the map that I'm actually basing my current art off of. I don't know why, but I'm struggling to get the motivation to even want to work on it right now, and I'm sure there's a reason for that. %1 crit strike chance roll. Man, didn't realize I was playing Railgunner over here. Did the screen get really pink? Or am I dying? Wait, did my vision get really red and pink all of a sudden? Wait. Maybe it's because I was staring at blue for so long. Blue does that. I'm gonna die to fall damage. No, I'm not. I know my world boundaries so well. What the? Oh, that's the first time I found one of those naturally. Getting a screenshot of that for the group chat. I feel like cloak chat. Do cloak chests always spawn in a stage? Because if they don't, I feel like they should like at least have it uncommon in them. I guess it's supposed to be just like a nice little surprise when you find them. It's not supposed to be game breaking. Which, you know, if that's the goal of it, goal accomplished. Something I do wish, I wish elite aspects weren't so rare. They're kind of fun to play around with, so it's just like, it sucks that they're one of the rarest drops in the entire game. You could do it, like, I think I got 120 hours into this game before I even found out they were a thing. Some people could go an entire playthrough of this game without ever knowing they were a thing. Which, you know, that's fine. A lot of people will go through this game without knowing half the items exist because there's just so many of them, and a lot of people won't play this for hundreds of hours. But the fact that they're as rare as they are, I feel like there could be entire friend groups that play this game as, like, diehard fans that don't even know that those things exist. Alrighty, I'm gonna see if I can find that Newt Shrine, because I actually want to go to the Void Fields. I already checked one of the places it can spawn, but I got a good feeling about this other one. Ah, that looked like a much bigger fall than I thought it would be. That hurt. Alright, let's keep exploring. Oh, man. Exploring's so much harder when you suck at using your movement. There we go. Ooh, lunar coin. Can't wait to go use that to gamble later. I'm not actually trying to go to the nuke shop for the purposes of buying illicit and illegal substances this time. I'm actually going there so I can go do the void fields. I think that'll be fun. Come on. I used to be the best at this. Now I just look like a poser. I look like someone trying to be cool. I don't even remember grabbing Breach and Fin. Looks kind of cool strapped between my thrusters on my back, though. Another drone and a chest. I think I can afford both. Ooh, fireworks. That'll make these clears a lot faster. I do like fireworks. One of my favorite items in the game. They're satisfying, but after a while, it just makes the stages more boring. Having all the enemies die just from you not fighting them feels kind of lame. I feel like there should be more items out here. Maybe it's because I got so many drones and stuff. And there is a Halcyon Shrine, so fair enough. You know, if I factor in the shrine, that makes more sense. That's like 12-ish items between the drones and the items I will actually get. So like each turret and drone worth like 1.5 items. It's probably where it stands actually. Alright, time to focus. It's game time. The music sounds very low. I don't know, I just can barely hear the music right now. Noxious Thorn, Luminous Shot, and Bleeding. Lieutenant Drone Boy also would have been pretty good, but I kind of want to focus on me a little bit, you know? I saw all the fireworks immediately start coming back down for her. I can just focus her. My drone's got everything else. Razor wire, cool. Did I hear 2 coins drop? Yes, I did. Wow. That's kind of lucky. 3 coins in one stage? I never did find the new altar, unfortunately. I never found a lunar pot either, so no pearl for me next stage. What's that? Shrine of Blood. Yeah, I already hit it. Don't need the money either. You know, we don't gotta wait for this. Let's save some time. You got punks. I'm out of here. Later. I held up an L to my head. Losers. Bye. Alright, I'm gonna sip some water. Another Halcyon Shrine. Very lucky. I think I'll hit it one more time. But only if I can't find a nude altar. Ooh, Soldier Syringe. Yes, please. Where's the enemies at? I want to fight them. Nice. And that's Soldier Syringe, baby. Ah, yes. Razor Wire and Fireworks. Get rewarded for just running and looting and gunning. Minus the gunning. Turns the game from a horde shooter into a running gun from Cuphead. Ooh. What do we got? Effigy of Grief? Yeah, I can drop that. I don't know how to feel about the fact that the crunching sound effect is so crunchy when you fall. I know that you're falling so hard that you're taking damage, but I just don't like the visual image of your ankle ball joints turning into, like, I don't know, bone pieces in a pair of maracas, basically is the thought I'm getting. Sounds like you could shake your legs around and they just make little maraca sound effects after that. I don't think I found the nude altar still, but I want the nude altar. Where's the nude altar? I want to say hi to my favorite newt. I like the Lemurians, the designs. They're just goofy little guys. Oh. Junk. I love me some junk. Not really, but I'll take it instead of leave it. Let's get it more attack speed. I'd have to be a fool not to take that on commando. Do I look like a fool? That's a trick question. The answer is yes. I wonder what's the point of calling something a trick question. Like, aren't all questions by definition tricks? What differentiates a trick question from a regular question? Like, they're either way, they're just trying to gauge your thoughts on a particular subject. I'm assuming this is a statue. The statue's like a offering to... Oh, cool. There's like flowing gold in there. I'm assuming the statue is like an offering to Providence, but I don't know. I don't know if we actually get a close look like that at his grippers. Guess it's just there to look cool. I wonder if you play False Sun, if there's some cool interactions on this map. Because this feels very important. This feels very like you're supposed to do something here type sitch. Oh well. Head over to the Halcyon Shrine. Why isn't it summoning anything? We hit the first tick. Is that only a first stage exclusive? You know, having guaranteed summons of rock columns? Well, it just printed one right here, but it didn't summon any the first couple times. That's weird. I wonder what the name of that moon sickness that people get afflicted with is, because that seems to be a very lunar-oriented debuff that you get hit with. The pillars from the moon afflict you with it, Mithrix afflicts you with it, and it's very much like a Mithrix derived debuff is all I'm saying. Hell, the effigy of grief is like described to be like it's supposed to describe the tragedy between the two brothers. And I'm just like wondering, well, first of all, what? How? But also, does that mean that this is like a thing that Mithrix made when he was sad about them? Or maybe it's a thing that Newt made after learning about their terribly sad tale? One stab from him half health me? Really? Okay. I'm a little scared of you now. I guess I'm just glad that my potion broke instead of my delicate watch. A gold portal appears. I don't remember if that counts as a stage or not, though. I wonder if I like barely nicked myself with my own lunar debuff and that's why that happened. Because I'm pretty sure that debuff on top of making you slower makes you attack slower and also makes you take more damage. Ah, Luke Goblin me's already been through here. Oh, there's water here? Doesn't really seem to do anything beyond be cosmetic, but that's still cool. Ooh, turret. I feel like it was one of mine and I just let it die, but I'll definitely revive it after this. Wonder if I can like hit enemies with this. Oh, I thought I did for a second. Dang. Now for the boring part, because I don't know where the Newt altar is in the gold area, so if I go there, there's a lower chance I'm going to be able to hit the void fields. Oh, hey, look, another one of my turrets. I definitely think they're just dying. If not, though, then more allies. If I do die before we hit the 1.5 hour mark here, I think I'm going to do one more run and I'm going to do Mercenary. Because part of me is just not locking in right now. I'm not having a lot of fun. And I can't tell if that's due to the meds hitting me differently than usual. Or if just because I'm... I cannot tell if the problem lies with the circumstances or within myself. I cannot tell if it's a game issue or a me issue. So... because I want to have a little bit of fun with Risk of Rain. But, like, aside from the first initial run, feels like it's just been kind of boring. Maybe I'm still bummed out about how the thing with the glasses ended, not getting to do a run with that. I hear that. All my drones are mostly taking care of it. Ooh, Lieutenant Drone Boy. Where'd my drone die at? There it is. Yeah, here, punk. How dare you strike down one of my own? Alright, let's get you back up. Ooh, multi-shot. I do like that they give unique models to some creatures depending what map they spawn in. It's very fun. I wonder if the timed crates are still locked. Let's find out. I don't actually remember where they are, otherwise I'd go straight to one. No, thank you. Don't feel like doing a heretic run right now. Wait, is it in here? No. Well, I can't remember where they are, and I'm not gonna find them in the next 30 minutes. So let's just do some shooting. Let's do some good old-fashioned killing. Cautious slug. That's more sustain. Won't say no to that. Is that a T1T80 or whatever? TC180? Looks like part of it, but it's not an actual real one. Ooh, legendary item. Brain stalks. $10 minutes ago, so you have to get here by 10 minutes. Gotcha. Oh, it just says what's in there. It's kind of fun to just spam ult. Yeah, I don't need Blast Shower. Effigy of Grief isn't exactly great either, but I'll like hold on to it in case I find a cleansing altar. I don't even know if equipment can get cleansed, but only one way to find out, right? Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep this. It'd be cool if you picked up multiple equipment, like, of the same kind, it just made it more powerful, like they stacked. Do I have gasoline already? I do not. Take some gasoline then. Now reveal to me, where are all the items? We got an altar over here. Oh, nude altar? Nice. Alrighty, rest of the items be damned. I'm gonna go straight for the portal now. I guess not. The game gave me some free items. Take Warped Echo. That'll save my life if I manage to get to Mythrix. Though part of me kind of hopes I don't. Which again, why am I being so pessimistic right now with this game? This is very out of character. I'm feeling very strange internally overall right now, so I'll just chalk it up to still being tired, and also the way my meds are affecting me. It's probably affecting me in a way I'm not used to entirely. It has been a while since I've done the smaller doses, but that's what I'm doing right now. That chest. Alright, it is. I think there's 2 chests over there. Well, I'll go hit those as soon as the portal event's over. Oh, it's base health regen, so it definitely is getting weakened by Monsoon. God, I'm gonna give myself carpet pummel doing that. Jeez. Alright, I'll go with this. Oh no, it's pinging fans as well. I'll just get these 2. Ukulele! And his music was electric. I feel like it would be too easy if they did that with an electric guitar, so fair enough. It's quite the inspiring tale they tell in the ukulele story. I very much enjoy it. Oh, almost jumped off. And here, that is actually a death sentence. You can die in the Newt's realm doing that here. I'm not feeling like shaped glass today. I'm sorry, but I can't risk losing my ukulele. I worked so hard to get it. God, now getting down to the void fields is going to be the hard part. Let's see if there's anything here I don't know about. Doesn't ping the place below. I guess it's further than 50 meters. Alrighty, let's try this out. It's really hard to gauge how far I was actually falling down here, but I'm glad I haven't died yet. The names of the difficulties here are so funny. I don't actually remember what they look like in regular restraints. I don't know if they're like at all similar, but just like goes from impossible to I see you, then I'm coming for you. See, this is the interesting thing, because these aren't lunar spikes. At least these aren't the way they were originally depicted. This is like lunar glass. This is like the glass that you get shaped glass. That's what it's made out of. It's also like the glass that I imagine the heretic was sealed in. So like, this could be Mithrix's influence. Like, I wanted to say it was the Newt, but honestly, if you told me this was like, maybe the Newt is one of the many loyal followers of Mithrix, and this is the result of Mithrix's influence down here. Because this looks like a place where the Void tried to creep into the regular world, and the result was Mithrix's striking down everything they send out here. Because there's just like loads of dead Void creatures right at the exit of the portal, and a few that have tried to make their way further out, but they die still. Like, you can see the Void is still, like, here. It's clearly having some effect on the world. It seems like it's biding its time. But Mithrix's influence isn't strong enough to keep them at bay, for the time being, at least. And, like, with the destroyed infrastructure down here, it almost looks like this was from a full-scale invasion they tried to do, and they got thwarted almost immediately. Maybe this is also why Mithrix continues to hone and refine his design. Also, that's very trippy to look at. I wonder if I can get like a full-on... Yeah. Oh, man, I'm surprised that's not frying my GPU instantly. To just like have to render 3 times. Alrighty, let's go. Depending on the items the void creatures get, this could just spell the death of me instantly, but it's fine. I'm just here to see what happens. There's no investigate option on those, which is interesting. I'm going to let my health regen up first. What's that? Oh, Lieutenant Drone Boy came down here for some reason. Who's going to die? He's tied to an item, though, so he shouldn't stay dead. Monsters are just these weird things. Oh, they're stealing my items. That's actually really bad. I'm definitely going to die down here. This was a bad idea. That's probably one of the worst enemies I could have gotten, because not only was it melee, I completely forgot. It halves the zone that you fight in. Oh, man, that is unfortunate. I still felt way squishier than I thought it would be, though. Like, if they steal your items... I got empty bottles back. I know they stole one of my health potions, but one of them went off. I'm guessing when they steal your items, they get the effects from them? That would make sense, but, like... God, that's still infuriating. I saw one took my prayer beads off, and I instantly got the effects from it. Oh, well. It is what it is. I did die before 1 hour 30, so let's have a little bit of fun before I end this part, at least. Anyway, shall we? I don't know. I just really don't much care for the base design for Mercenary. That's why I play as the Prisoner so much. Because they like took the Wandering Swordsman archetype and making him into like a spacefaring cyber ninja is kind of cool, I guess. But it's not exactly the most unique thing to my knowledge. And it's just not in... You're taking away an aesthetic of, like, old-timey Japanese warrior, which I very enjoy, and replacing with, like, space warrior aesthetics, which I don't enjoy. I think I ranted about this last time, but, like, if you gave this to somebody who played Warframe, they'd probably love it and eat it up. Just like... But, for me, personally, this doesn't really do much for me. I don't really care for this. So I play as the Prisoner. Which kind of leans more to the aesthetic, I suppose. I like Mercenary. He feels like he's kind of a risk versus reward character. He can be one of the stronger characters in the game with his ability to maneuver, deal out high, insane amounts of close-range DPS. Oh. Does it change the way you slice based on which way you're facing? Guess not. But the trade-off for Mercenary is that he has limited ranged options. He has to get close. And getting close to a lot of enemies when your only defense is to dodge kind of turns into like a bit of a glass cannon. Unlike Loader and... What's her name? His name, the False Sun? God, False Sun. Who get like absurd amounts of durability built into their kit. I like loaders a lot. Like, you get rewarded for dealing damage, so you will die if you just try to play hit and run. But if you stand on top of them, maneuver properly, and deal amounts of damage, you can tank amounts of damage. I like Mercenary because he has a lot of options at his disposal, but none of them really revolve around tanking hits. They revolve around dodging them. I'll move the enemy, and you will win. Don't, and you will die. I'll take that, so I can deal with shrines and void cradles easier. I just like how many different options he has for the approaches to combat. Like, he can use his right click as a way to maneuver in several different directions. That's part of why I don't like his ult abilities. I haven't unlocked his ult, and that's just because it's really, really annoying. The prismatic trials are absurdly difficult, and I don't know how anyone's supposed to get through them without taking damage. I guess because they're scripted maps, the way that they play out will always be the exact same. So if you know what you're expecting, if you just do it a few dozen times, you'll get it eventually. I really don't want to. It sounds like a chore. I don't want to. But with what abilities he does has, they just all seem like downgrades. Like, I think they just give you the opportunity to maybe do more DPS, and the trade-off is a lot of mobility. At least that's with his ult dash. His ult right click is more upwards mobility, but he's already got great upwards mobility. He doesn't really need more. It just trades off his ability to do horizontal mobility or something like this. You know? I guess ramping damage in fights, I'll take it. Man, why do I don't know, I'm just getting like that otter eating watermelon meme in my head right now. Like, oh man, I guess I'll play it if I have to, and then I just keep playing more like, oh man, this all sucks. But then I just keep playing more like, why am I in such a sour mood right now? I'm not even trying to be like, there'll be days at work where I'm having a bad time and I'm mad about something. I'm like, you know what? I can't change this by choosing not to be mad about it, but I kind of want to be mad about it. So I'm just going to keep being mad about it, which isn't a healthy way to deal with your feelings at all. At least not the healthiest. Like, there's nothing wrong with feeling your way through your feelings, but trying to be negative for the sake of being negative probably isn't the best way to respond to them. I understand that I try not to do it all the times, but, you know, sometimes I just kind of want to. But, I'm, like, just trying to enjoy myself right now and vibe, and I'm just struggling. I'm not even, like, I was going to say I'm being reluctant to it. I'm not. I'm very much open to having a good time right now, but I'm struggling so hard to, and I can't understand why. Maybe a change of pace would help. Maybe I'll hop off a Risk of Rain and just doodle like I was hoping to do earlier. I'm a little sad about it, though. I love this game so much, and I was excited to have a great time, but it feels like I'm just barely breaking even right now, and I haven't even been playing a whole lot of it. It's been a lot compared to how much I used to play, but compared to gaming in general, I haven't been doing a lot of that recently. Oh, man. Clicked the terrain weird, but now let's do it. Yeah, I love the movement on this guy. Alright, I think there was a Halcyon Shrine somewhere around here, wasn't there? Wait a minute. I know I saw one. Yep, there it is. We'll do that first. How dare you? Punk. 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 So wait, if you're in the air, you slice vertically instead. I guess it's because I was on top of his head, yeah. If you land on their head first, you can still do a horizontal slice. Cool. I would love some gasoline. I would love some gasoline right about now. Need me a drink, you know? Alright, big stun. I missed. Oh well. Happens sometimes. I'm only human after all. I say that like I'm always hitting every input perfectly in this guy. I'm sure I don't even use my abilities properly. But I'll learn as time goes on. Because when I first played this guy, I'm like, oh cool, he has like 4 abilities, but they all do the same thing. They just slice a little bit differently, except for his ult, which makes him invulnerable. What's the big whoop? But then as I started using each ability more, I saw the possibilities. Overall, it's a very satisfying kit to play with. It's just, it's very punishing if you miss your abilities. If you whiff, it is absurdly punishing. It also can feel a little bit disappointing in times like this where you just fight for what feels like ages and enemies just don't die because you have consistent DPS. But without any items, single target DPS is kind of low. Part of why this guy excels so well with like on kill effects, because since he's always going to be killing enemies around the main targets he's trying to focus, due to how area of effect works and how area effect based his entire kit is, it does just help having items that reward him for getting kills. Get the wisp, stop please. Stop bullying me. I am just trying to buy. Thank you. That should be the only movement item I need. You don't really need more than one. You guys got such good movement already. I see a luck shrine. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. Oh, I guess I already got the first one. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can do it right this time. Yeah. Let's do it again. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's fun. Alright, let's get right in the middle. Also, I hit a Shrine of the Mountain, right? Yes, I did. Okay, I was going to say 2 for 1 on the first stage is kind of wild. Oh, it's 3. My bad. It's like I'm fighting Cerberus right now. There's 3 of them. Also, my ult's good, like, invulnerability, but if I'm trying to fight all 3 of them, just using regular abilities is just better because it only damages 1 as opposed to all my abilities damaging each. As I said, absurd AoE DPS, but single target DPS is a little lacking. 2 Titanic Knurls, wow. Man, False Sun would love a start like that. False Sun mains dream of a start like that. Like, again, you wouldn't expect a dude with a sword to be, like, AoE damage type dude, but no, he really is. Like, I played this guy for the first time expecting, like... Oh, okay. I played this guy for the first time expecting to be, like, more of a, Raiden type deal, where you, like, parry attacks and you deal huge single target DPS and you weave in and out of combat to focus single targets. But no, this really is just like you find a group of enemies and you start slicing and dicing and they'll all be dead in seconds. But if you find one really beefy guy, it's going to be a while. You have the kit to evade him and damage him, but it will take a while to finish him. You know, that might be what his other ult does. I've seen the name for his other ult, I think. I think it's called Ethereal, but I don't know what it does. I can only guess based off the name. I'm guessing that it does give him a similar effect where it's like... But maybe it's not true invulnerability. Maybe instead of true invulnerability, he becomes harder to damage and he also gains more damage. Like, maybe it leans into the doing more damage aspect, which, God, now if that's the case, I'm kind of tempted to actually try grinding for it. Ooh. You know what? We can go say hi to the Newt. Oh, I got a crit. I saw that. I saw red text. I got a crit. Meh. Why is it that as soon as I think to myself, man, I'm not having a good time with this, maybe I'll just go play some League instead. That is such not a good way to think. A, none of my friends are on right now. B, there's probably better things I could be doing with my time than playing League. And C, why would I want to drag my friends into a League session if I'm having a bad time? I don't need to ruin their days too. God, it really just shows how much that game has poisoned my mind. Whenever something's not working, whenever I feel like I should be working and I need to do something else to distract myself from it, I just always immediately go to, well, League's right there. It's not a healthy way to think at all. God, I need help. That can't come from somebody else, though. That just has to come from within. Just the moment to stop and say, do I actually want to do this? And you know what? The answer is no, I don't. There will always be more time to play League. League's not going anywhere. I kind of hoped it would, but, you know, 5 years later and it's clearly still here. The amount of time I have left to play other games that aren't League of Legends is quickly running out. And I want to have those experiences at these different points in my life, and I'm never going to if I don't actually stop with the League. So this is me looking at the Green Goblin mask and just throwing it at the wall. No, I don't want to play a game of League right now. Bungus. It's a fun one to say. Like, what else am I going to say? Turl? Titanic? Kickspansion? Ironic? Ugh, I don't like the sound of that. Around. Arounds? Nah. See, none of it works, but that does. I like Bungus. Also, am I just like super smooth brained right now? Like, I know the answer to that is yes. Yes, I'm very much scatterbrained. I'm not feeling like my usual self right now, but is it just me or is there like no items on the stage? I got a happiest mask and a potion. Is that really it? No, there's another item. Okay. I know there's a scrapper on this map, so I could get rid of that watch, but I think I'll hold on to it for now because I don't really have much else in terms of damage to go off of. Even if it breaks after 2 stages, I think the DPS increase alone for just 2 stages is worth it. Alright, I see another 2 crates. I'll go for both of those. Finally, getting some DPS increases. Nice. Roll of pennies, and another crate. There we go. Oh, and another crate. They were all just hiding right in this one area. Sick. Oh man, I don't have gasoline. I don't know why, but for some reason I thought I had a gasoline. I don't. I wanted a gasoline. I don't have a gasoline. Good lord, the sky is full of wisps. I know there's still a crate in there, right? Yes, there is. Alright, now I think we just go to the boss, right? Who knows? Maybe the rest of the items are also over here. Well, I'm not entirely wrong. Just a little bit of looking around, and I easily doubled the item count I got from this stage. And yes, there's a large crate and a shrine, so most of the items were just on this very particular part of the map. Awesome. At least I know I'm not crazy. I really thought maybe, man, are my eyes just not working? Am I, like, having a moment or something or other? No, I was just, like, actually getting really unlucky that all the items were just in this one part of the stage. Ooh, Noxious Thorn. Ups my AoE DPS, which is kind of nice. Oh my gosh, I'm getting unlucky with those shrines. I want to get at least one item from that shrine before starting the boss fight. I guess not. Oh, we got a mocha. And did I already get an item from that shrine? I guess I did. Ooh, that's scary when you just see all your items go. Because I know I have a watch on me right now. I'm trying not to break it. Shipping request 4 more items, I suppose. Whee! Whee! It's just very fun. I'm sorry. I should be charging the porter. Also, one of my drones died somewhere. Oh well, what can you do? What do you got for me today, Mr. Newt? %50 more damage. But it buffs everybody, and that's concerning. Not even just mildly, just very concerning. There's very few people that would be good on. You would need somebody with instant casts that don't need much attack speed to do anything. If you get enough spikes, it's kind of good on a False Sun, because he gets ramping attack speed based on how many spikes he has. Orphaned Core, right? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know about the Moonsfiend stuff. That's fun, I guess. Still, though, not super good. Let's see. The one on the left is like Wisp Grove, whatever it's called, and the one on the right is the place where you go get a really night. Howdy, Newt. You know what's cool? If you look at him with Railgunner, he actually does have a weak spot like other boss monsters, but it's his like weird-looking hand on the right. That is actually like a physical deformity he was born with, to my knowledge, from reading his art. But oh, wait a minute, is that sign a sign of like lunar alignment? Like not alignment? Like is he aligned with the lunar creatures? Because like again, I know that this guy dabbles in like creating lunar items, at least to my knowledge. He has lunar experiments that he works on, and I just recently theorized while we were playing on the other stage that he was like possibly an ally of Mithrix, but that banner, that's Petrichor 5 and then the moon. That's gotta be, that's all it could be, right? So does that banner just mean that he's aligned with Mithrix, like he's actually a loyal follower of Mithrix? That's fascinating. again, it would be kind of weird to expect that, like, Providence was the only one that had an influence on the creatures down here. If we didn't... I mean, if nothing else, at the very least, the alloy vultures seem to be allied to him, since they're the ones that turned on Providence, but... That's weird. That's like a moon shape, isn't it? What happens when I reroll? Does it change? Kinda. Sorry, that just kind of like blew my mind is all. Like, it's very interesting. I mean, it's kind of like lunar themed fire and everything, so... Just like taking it all in now. But like, again, I'm not crazy, right? That's all that sign could stand for. It's just weird. He refers to them as vermin and lower creatures. Why would he decide to ally with them if he has no... Like, I guess if they proved to have worth and usefulness to him, it wouldn't make sense logically for him to not take advantage of it, right? Still, it's strange, though. Anyways, we'll go on. I don't think we're hitting the voids. Oh boy, sulfur pools again, my beloved. Or as my brother calls them, the piss pools. There's so many better stage 3 options, man. His single target DPS really isn't the greatest. I've seen other people describe this map as just a random place in the world, but like, is that really all this is? It doesn't seem to have anything here indicating it belongs anywhere else. Ooh, credit card. Guess we're spending a bit of time here. I'm getting every item in this map. You can't just give me a credit card and expect me not to use it. Wait a second. So if you can get elite, like, aspects from different elites, right? I've seen Wake of Vultures give you different effects from those elites as well, but not all of them. Is it possible for you to get the Gilded one? Does it just make you really tanky and also occasionally do a burst of damage around you? That'd be cool. That's a critical glasses 3D printer. I need to get these. I need to get this watch off me, and I need to get this potion off me before it breaks. I need to find a scrapper ASAP. Is that an equipment drone? Oh, yeah, it is. I should probably give it an equipment before I accidentally give it my good stuff, my credit card. You know what? I'll take my chances. I'm just going to keep hitting it until I get it off. Wait, is that a delicate watch and then a delicate watch? Oh, it is. There's so many white scrap 3D printers here. What? There's 4 printers on that island. Alright, let's buy this Eclipse Light and get out of here. Oh, man. Oh, I guess poison can't affect you when you're like that. If I can't find a scrapper, that's alright. I'll check underground real quick before throwing in the towel, but I'm pretty sure I just won't. Another 3D printer? Oh, my topaz brooch. Oh, my warped echo. Oh, my elusive antlers. You're taking everything except I want you to take. Get over here. My bungus? Not the bungus! Not the other bungus! Please take something else! I need to kill some of these birds before they kill me. Oh, there goes the potion. Couldn't get rid of it before it broke. Could you take the delicate watch, please? The delicate watch, please. Ben's raincoat. I mean, Bane's raincoat isn't bad. They didn't need to nerf it as hard as they did. It already wasn't that good because, like, not being able to be hit by a lot of debuffs, don't get me wrong, is really strong. But Ben's raincoat is a legendary. That's kind of their deal. So it went from being, like, a solid legendary, because there are way more busted legendaries than Ben's raincoat, to just being, like, one of the worst. I guess we're just chucking everything into the 3D printer now. Oh, but I've got fireworks now. If I lose, I'm gonna be so sad. Please take the delicate watch. I'm begging you, just take the delicate watch. Well, then take the delicate watch. Now I have 11 lens maker's glasses, so take L, I guess. Does anything happen if you have over 100% crit? I don't know, man. Is my damage better now? Significantly. Was it worth it? I couldn't honestly tell you. Like, yes, I effectively doubled my DPS. However, I am now squishy as hell. I saw 2 more of those bats spawn. Alrighty. Go back down, get those 2 items. Piece of cake. Worst part of it all, my watch somehow never broke. That's gotta be some just straight up irony there. The game said, you're not getting rid of this watch. Oh boy, more lens maker's glasses. This is actually an interesting thought experiment. Let's see if I can crit twice. That was all 120s from front to back. I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Wait. Am I crazy or were there extra orange numbers there? Wait, I might actually... Wait. I think I can crit twice. Being able to crit twice is actually huge. Holy. Again, I could be crazy, but I'm pretty sure that was showing double crit numbers. I can't tell if that's just like a debuff I'm applying or something, though, you know? Let's try just hitting ult and see if that does anything. Like, it only happens when I start using right-click in other forms of fire. So, I have to just be crazy. It has to be like a special item, right? It can't be me actually critting twice. Anyways, let's get out of here before we spend way too long in this map. I mean, we already have, but like... Alright, teleporter's over there. We'll loop around, because I thought I saw some more items, but I could be wrong. Is that another one of my drones? Yes, it is. Nice. Let's get them all back. Oh, that's what that little slurp sound effect is. When abilities recharge, you take a sip of some Eclipse light. That's funny. Do like that. Where's that teleporter at? Oh, it's up here. Alright. Let's try this out. This is probably the worst guy I could have gotten. If I had someone kill effects, I'd be just destroying these guys right now. I don't. Alrighty, at least he's low. Should be able to finish him. My watch did finally break, though. Titanic Neural saved my hide so many times. Oh, now imagine if I got a luck, like a 57-leaf clover, and then I got the funny one-shot glasses. Oh, I'd be going off. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I can crit twice. Like, I keep saying it, but I do actually think I can. The Eclipse Light has given me so much effective health. Thank God I have it. Also, it's Ben's Raincoat doing a lot of the heavy lifting, too. They keep trying to debuff me, and then I get a 10% max health shield. Also, Bandolier just keeps instant refunding my ability and giving me more shield, too, I think. Feels like I'm playing Loader right now with all the barrier I keep getting. At least it explains why I'm so hard to kill right now for them. I know that's not all my drones, but I don't think I'll be able to find them. God, I'm going to die instantly in the next stage, by the way. I spent so long there, I definitely got outscaled. Yeah, there's already void creatures, and we're only on the, like, by void creatures, I mean proper ones, not just, like, possessed guys. The thing is, I'm so incredibly squishy, it only takes them nailing me once with one of those to kill me, I think. If nothing else, I feel absurdly cool, though. I feel like I'm in an anime right now every time I'm just slicing through the air, just, like, hovering on top of them. He's getting low. I gotta be... Oh, that's... No, 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 no! Oh, I still died because of collapse. That's exactly what I was worried about, was just getting caught inside one of those abilities of theirs. And I completely forgot. I'm like, no, wait. If I just never use my ult, I'll be fine. But then I forgot that my ult will only keep me in one spot if there's enemies nearby. Okay, now I have to look up real quick. I usually don't look up stuff about this game, but I have to make sure I'm not crazy. Can you crit twice in Risk of Rain? Aw, dang, no, you can crit twice? I guess the yellow effect I was getting from that was probably the, what was the item I got? The one that brings down lightning strikes. Oh, well, that's cool, I suppose. Anyway. anyways, I'm gonna grab my sketchbook, I think, and keep working on that sketch I was making earlier, the one I showed off on stream. What else do I want to do? I want to do some script writing for that video I'm working on. I'm gonna take my headset off for a second, by the way, while I walk and grab that sketchbook, but I'll keep talking. I like wearing my hoodie, but it makes things so unwieldy. It's very comfy, but I think I'm gonna have to take it off for now so I can try to get some work done. I don't even think it's just Risk of Rain, though. For some reason, I feel like I'm just in a really bad mood right now. I can't quite put it down. Maybe if I get a drink, that'll help me take the edge off. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a Diet Coke. Alrighty, I'm back. I did crack it while I was out in the kitchen, though, so unfortunately you're gonna miss out on the fun ASMR part of the stream. But yes, I guess this will officially be the transition out of Risk of Rain gameplay into artistic endeavors. Alrighty, let's see. Alrighty, so I have my base sketch, which, again, looking at it in retrospect, I'm really quite happy with how it's turning out. I'm gonna take a break from this sketch itself, though. Ah, man, I just hate the fact that, because the longer I take to finish this, the more I smudge everything on it, just from, like, moving the sketchbook open. I guess that's what I get for doing this all in the sketchbook. We'll flip off of that page for now, because there's a few key parts I need to finish rendering. Like, I want to practice. I mean, not render. I have a few key parts I want to practice on, okay? I'm going to pull this up onto my stream now, so... This is the part where the video game immersion gets broken and I start prioritizing other things. I'm going to start playing some music on my, well, it won't be on my stream because I would just get copyright striked into hell and back. I know I don't have much to, like, I don't want to say I have much to lose. It's like, there's not much for the people who would copyright strike me to gain, but they will still strike me either way. I did a funny bit with like 30 seconds of Around the World by Daft Punk on a longer video on my channel. You wouldn't have to do much looking to find it. And that video got copyright striked. And I'm like, I'm not making money off this. Like, I think the highest viewed video I have is a few thousand views, and that's back when I was just like, not exactly ship hosting, but I was just like doing low effort clip uploads. It's like they don't have much to gain for doing it, but they do it anyways. So ridiculous. Anyways, I'm gonna put on some chill vibes. I think I'm gonna put on some Eminem and Kanye, and we'll go from there. So first, let me sync to mine. Yep. Alrighty. I know you guys can't hear that because I don't see my bar moving on its own, but it might still come through when I speak. If that's the case, though, it's fine. It shouldn't be super distracting. I turned the air up in my place because it was a little chilly earlier. That's why I was wearing the hoodie. I like it being cold in my place enough to have to wear multiple layers, but I'm gonna have to throw my regular hoodie on because it's still chilly. I was hoping it wouldn't be. Anyways, so this is where we were at last time. So you can see the base sketch underneath that I did. Again, I'm very happy with how this turned out so far. But now I'm going to do this tree. You can kind of see the vision here. It doesn't read super well, but I want it to foreshorten up. Like, because usually for these type of trees, the twigs at the bottom are really small. And then they get bigger up near the top. But like the angle you have, these twigs appear a lot bigger than they should because you're closer to them. So like overall, like they seem to be jutting out a bit, but if you like look at them from the side, they're quite small, see? So my goal is to go for a bit of this effect here, but I definitely need to make the upper branches much bigger. But I'm also looking at it from a bit of an angle, so maybe these just need to be smaller, and that is fine. And then this giant looping wall is going to be one of these, except it covers up the top of the screen to kind of like make a frame. Like, imagine if this path was extended all the way up to here. This area is where they'll be fighting. In fact, this entire rendering is actually almost frame for frame exactly what I want it to look like. Just take away some of the trees in here, so that way it can just be Commando on the left and the Golem on the right, and then tree going up. And that's basically what I want to go for. Maybe some hanging vines. I'm worried about putting those vines in there. Maybe I'll like put them in at the last step when I know where everything's going to be, and I'll just put in like a few like hanging strands, because I really don't want them to detract from what's going on in the middle. The main primary focus should be Commando and Stone Golem. And also I was thinking about this because something I learned when I was like much younger in like elementary school when we would take art classes was like some art basics, like basic color theory and like what was it called? Like composition. Like having so much of the art be so many, like a third up into the painting or something made it look better or something. I don't know. Like I barely remember. I haven't taken a proper art class in a decade. But where I'm going with this is like, I think one of the things we touched on was foreground, background. Like you have like the first layer of things going on, and then you have like the midground where everything, like another layer, and then you have the proper background, which is the backdrop for the entire thing. And I don't remember much more about it than that, but like I thought about it, like, oh, usually like when I would think about art and breaking it down, it'd be like, well, you'd have like maybe your main characters up in the front, the focus of the art, and that'd be in the foreground. And then the midground would be like some interesting backdrops and setting pieces, and then you just have like sky in the background, and that's like the basic composition. It's very a very underdeveloped idea of like breaking down a scene. But like the more I thought about it, especially for more involved shots, that's not necessarily the case. Like if I come back to here, I realize when you do very dynamic poses with different parts of the character's limbs coming closer to the camera, a character can occupy multiple parts of that plane in at different times. Because like you could say like the part of the screen, like if you broke this up into 3 layers, like this is part of the background, and then these guys are part of like the middle ground, then the grass is part of the foreground. Again, I'm not sure if those are proper terms. Commando kind of steps into the foreground a little bit with his other leg coming this close to the camera. I'm not doing a very good job of rendering it yet because like this is again like one of like the first of a dozen sketches I've ever done, and I'll hopefully have completed. I'm very much a novice at this, but like I thought about it, I'm like, especially depending on how you pose them angled to the camera, somebody who is just like, if you do a flat art, like if you do like a flat just furry facing left to right, like they're just staring to the left so you can see like a half shot, I think that's what it's called, like they're not front facing, that is just about as flat as you can get in an art. And not saying you can't render those with a bit more depth. Again, this is all just speculation from me, a learning artist. It feels like the flattest you can get, and that person is like on a defined plane within the art, and then you like put a background behind them, and that's the background, and then maybe you can put a frame around it, and that could become the foreground. But that's like 2 planes, maybe 3, right? And that character is very much defined, existing in a singular plane. But when you get more dynamic shots like this, or if you look at like half of League of Legends splash arts, you can see characters extend through those different planes like they're not even segmented. Like they easily just cross through them. And I feel like the ability for a person to exist in more frames until they stop feeling frames and they just feel like they exist in a 3D space is a reflection of the technical skill of the artist. It's something I've been thinking about a lot more ever since I started looking at Oda's work, because Oda, like from issue 1 of One Piece, is a very technically skilled artist. I'm sure he's gotten better as they've gone on, but I've only seen a lot of his earlier manga pieces through TV Sky's reviews. I really want to start picking them up and reading them in person because they're so impactful to look at. They're just like, they're part of what inspired this shot, honestly, because like I've seen scenes, like I was almost tempted to do this in another practice sketch, but I've seen scenes where he like puts a fisheye lens effect on the entire thing by like bending the horizon line, then all the other characters have to bend accordingly with that, but it helps them really sell the like the impact of a punch or a step onto the ground. And it's part of what inspired me to like make this, because like the way he frames people with the camera sometimes, And this is also partially inspired by Arcane, because, like, this is where I first learned about it from in Arcane, but I know he also does this with Crocodile and BV. It's like, when you want to, like, convey power over somebody else, domination over somebody else in an animated medium, or like even a 2D medium, you can have the person's body become an actual, like, frame around the person in the art, and that helps convey, like, that sense of overwhelming power they have over another. Like, Shake, there's a lot of that goes on with, not Shaco, what's his name? Starts with an S, I feel like. Silco. There's a lot of that goes on with Silco in his talk with Marcus, when he's talking about how the underground works. This is like he talks to him about, hey, this is why we're crooked in the first place. This helps keep things less bloody in the long term. You may not like how the way things work here, but if we did everything by the book, there'd be a lot more harm and bloodshed on both ends. But that entire way one of the main ways they conveyed just exactly who's in control there, especially when Marcus is going through his little power fantasy, is there's a scene where Shaco is, or not Shaco, god dang it, Silco, where Silco is rendered and Marcus is rendered literally within, like, Silco's armpit for, like, a whole frame there. And it's just, like, showing how he's, like, literally putting the squeeze on him physically and metaphorically. He literally, like, I could gush on about that scene for hours, just, like, how impressive it was in retrospect. Again, I'm not going to ramble on that too much, because I have a whole nother thought about how I'm not very good at literary analysis. Anyways, part of where I got the inspiration for this scene from. Just, like, I want it because, on top of that, it's also really great at creating a frame within a frame. I see Oda do that all the time, and I've seen it done a few times inside of, I think they did it in Amazing Digital Circus too with Jax, and yeah, I think with Jax framing around Gangle and Ragatha when he's observing them from a perspective. I think it was in the softball episode, not the one where they actually went out and played softball proper, but it opens up with Ragatha teaching Gangle how to play softball. Like, it really sells just, like, how Jax has a bit of power over them, but also just how isolated he feels from them, seeing them all off in their own corner, and he's just his own thing existing in a corner, but he also exists around them a little bit in that sense. So that's where I got the idea for this. And I want this to be like a frame within a frame. Like, this creates a frame around these two. It creates a space where these two can exist and do their thing. And I think these in the background will add a little bit of extra detail, liven the world up. But I'm afraid to put it in at all, because I feel like, especially with the clouds, I feel like it's taking away from the standoff between these two. Like, I think this could be improved if I remove this cloud, and just allow these to, you know, enhance the frame around them. At least that's my idea. That's what I think the best. Part of me is sad I'm not doing this in digital media, because I would love to recreate this in digital media and have, like, a transparency effect I could put on these clouds to make it just barely look like there's clouds in the distance, but allow myself to fade them out to my desired opacity. And I understand, so that way they don't take as much of the, they don't add as much noise to the scene. And I understand that I could remake this sketch in a digital art program, but A, I don't know any good digital art programs that I want to use, and B, I kind of want to just finish this already. So, again, that was a lot of yapping, a lot of rambling, sorry. Apologizing to the people who aren't here, but also to myself a little bit, because I'm getting myself distracted. I think I'm going to work with drawing, like, because I don't have any experience drawing any of these things yet, I want them to at least be readable when I put them in here. I don't want all the practice to be on this page where I'm trying to make a finished sketch. So on a different page, I'm going to try drawing out this tree from this angle, just render it out like 5 different times until I get it a way that I like it, and then apply that to when I try to make my final sketch. And I might do the same with this here, but I honestly think the tree is going to be the hardest part. I don't think I need to work too hard to add much else here. Also, wait a minute. I just realized something. I completely forgot about this, but this is another little tip I picked up from an artist online that I was watching some videos of. A good way to create a scene isn't to draw every line everywhere where you want. You're basically not creating a one-for-one with where lines should be, but you can use lines to add a little bit of. You should use them to call attention to certain areas. So, like, what if I did like a little bit of this? Wait, let me see if I do like I don't really know very well how to do like grass loops, but Shit, he's back. Because they should, like, wait, what if I do, like... I kind of like it. Kind of like just like the little design of like them stepping on the grass and it actually creates an imprint. Then maybe it should like spread outwards from where they're stepping, right? And like down here a little bit. Yeah, not bad. Anyways, I'm getting way too like high definition for what is basically going to be a watercolor painting. I don't think I'm going to be able to... I'm definitely not skilled enough to, but I also feel like I have less opportunities for finer details when it comes to watercolor. When I've tried to color anything smaller than like maybe this point here on this gun, it gets so like... It's so hard to maneuver as a medium that I just end up like blotching over lines and I end up not being able to do finer details. And I have, like, really, really fine-tipped brushes, too. Like, I'm using the smallest brushes I have available to me. I think it's just the medium I'm working with. And also, I think I'm working on way too small of a scale for traditional art, at least for painting. I think if I'm wanting that level of detail, that's something I need to do with other techniques, other than just, like, trying to color it in. Or maybe I just need to try adding a different medium into the mix. Like, I feel like if I had markers, that'd be something I could work for. But, then I would lose out on all the other aspects of physical art that I like. At least with painting, which is the colors I've got. Maybe markers is more my deal, but that's why I'm experimenting right now. I'm experimenting with watercolor to see what things I like about it, what things I don't like about it. So let's see. I'm going to try creating a rendering not unlike this tree here. So let me close that out. Don't save that. I don't want to listen to this song. Alrighty, let's see. So this sort of tree is kind of what I want to go for here right now. I am also noticing, and I guess this is kind of how trees work in real life, but it's not straight up. Kind of like bends in different directions where it wants to go. Like, it goes straight up here. Like, it goes in, it kind of comes out. And then somewhere behind this log, it decides it wants to start going in again. Then it really goes in, but then it, like, stops right here. Then it starts coming out again a little bit. Like, the overall shape language of this is like, oh, it comes up to here, goes over to here, then goes up to there. But you can see how, like, wibble wobbles between where it's actually going along the way. Because then it goes from, like, here to here, and then it stops right here, and then it starts going up to here. But it does seem like you can break it down into segments. Like, maybe this length of area is how often it changes segments. So it goes, like, for that length of area from here to here, and then it decides to change direction, and then it changes direction again, then it changes direction again. But it is following a preset path, which is up. How it gets there is not exactly the same. And it also could be just the angle we're getting here. Because, like, this tree seems to be a lot straighter. Why is that tree in particular so bendy? So, like, it seems like they're two lines that appear to be parallel, but they do converge in on a singular point, and that point is the top of the tree. Because the width of this does progressively get more narrow. So they're, like, very close to parallel, but not quite. Like, if 0 degrees of deviation is them being parallel to each other, then there'd be like maybe 2.5 degrees here. Because they are noticeably, even though it takes a long time, even though it takes 2/3 of the entire height of the art, they are converging into a singular point. Honestly, it almost seems like they speed up the closer together they get. Because if you removed all these leaves and foliage, it seems like they converge to a point like right up here. And then what are the other constructions that make this up? So you have singular, like, 2 lines that are almost parallel but converge together, going up, 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 and together. And then you have branches that come out that branch off. And then, after the first big branch, the smaller branches have leaves on them. And that's where a lot of the shape language comes from. It comes from those branches and then the leaves. The branches are like the skeletons of the tree, and then the leaves are the body. And, like, exactly how are these designed? They're interweaving a lot. So first I need to set up my ground here. So let's make a miniature frame, get some ground here. And then just like go up, and then have another one just barely start going up with it. It speeds up a little bit too much at the end there. Let's make that a bit more narrow. That's much better. And then about how far off the ground does it start branching? Pretty far off the ground. Like, if we got a side view, it'd probably be halfway off the ground, right? No, it's more like 2/3 off the ground for these trees. Because it looks like right there, it gets wide enough. Yeah, I think you can even see the trunk touch the ground. This is where the trees are touching the ground. But then you go up, up, up. The trees don't start making branches until you're like 60 to 70% of the way up the tree. That's a very long time. Which is lucky for me, because that means that these trees won't be obfuscating any of the art going on in the foreground. But this is also the cool part that I mentioned, is like, this is an example of one of the pieces that goes through all the dimensions of the art. Which I guess every art does, but some of, like, every element in the piece does, kind of. The only ones that wouldn't really are, like, the sky. God, imagine how mind-breaking that would be if you had, like, an atmosphere like the sky that looked like it was coming at you through all the different, like, layers of the art. But I'll ruminate on that later. This art, like this one in particular, if you could pull it closer, but it's being blocked by the stone golem, and it's also too far back, I think, for it to be really in the foreground. That's more of a commando right here. But like, this starts in like the middle area, and then it extends and extends and becomes part of the background. Like, these leaves are still kind of in that middle area, but then the bits back here get so far away, they just become background. And it just becomes a huge blob of green noise that makes up background for all the stuff in front of it. I don't like this song. I want a more chill vibe right now. What about some video game music? I like video game music. Alrighty. I'm gonna leave a really cool logbook page open real quick because I'm gonna go AFK and go grab a drink. Whoa. Wait. Kind of like vibrates. That's really funny. Alrighty, I'll be right back, and I'm gonna keep sketching. I'm making a lot of good progress. This is very fun. Sorry that you can't see any of it, but I need to do some stuff physically, traditionally, so maybe I'll fix that in the future, get a way to show that off, but BRB. Alright, just made it back. While I was taking care of that, I also managed to make someone rage quit on Legend of Runeterra, so that's always a good time. Just doing a bit of a stretch. Alright, so what was I working on? Oh yeah, trees. Let's keep working on those. There are things of a different, how should I say, different genre that I've been meaning to practice drawing for a while, but I don't know if I can exactly do that on stream, so I'll do them in a free time. Take a closer look at the way these branches happen. Awesome. Alrighty. Let's get my music going again. Yeah, oh yeah, actually, I'm gonna wear my hoodie like a blanket now. Yes, my hoodie is that big. I can use it like a blanket. It's awesome. There we go. Very comfy. Let's go ahead and turn the Risk of Rain soundtrack down. Alrighty, so now it's just me and nothing else. There we go. Alrighty, I'm going to keep practicing on drawing this tree. Yeah, I've been apprehensive about this for a while, but as previously stated by me, I am a bit of a... I am someone who very much enjoys engaging with the furry community. The people I surround myself sometimes have me apprehensive to say that, which, I probably shouldn't be surrounding myself with those type of people anyways, but I digress. I've been apprehensive about, like, linking that identity with this channel for a while now, because I didn't want to give the wrong, like, I don't know. I didn't want to, like, give the wrong idea for what this channel was supposed to be, but I think I've already kind of set my expectations for that. I want this to be a better representation of myself, and less so of the issues I indulge in, like League. That's part of why you'll actually find that some of the smaller amounts of content on my channel are based around League, and I've tried not to do League streams because that used to be who I was a lot back in high school, and I want to move away from that. League isn't a way I like to spend my time, and it's not a way I want to continue to spend my time. So I've been doing everything I can to limit the amount of time I put on the League and try to put it towards more productive means, like, music, art, spending time with those people around me, finding more people around me to enjoy spending time with, expanding my horizons, that sort of thing. And I've been very happy with the way that's been going lately, and I want to keep moving in that direction. As uncomfortable and as scary as it can be sometimes, I know if those are the feelings I'm getting when I do things like this, it usually means I'm moving in the right direction, And I've been thinking about for a while now, because I've one of the big ways I've decided to step out of my comfort zone. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit on a bit of a rant here. Bear with me. So, like I said, I like to engage with the furry community a lot. I identify as a furry. That's something I like to do. I like to look at a lot of furry art. I like to interact with that community. One of my favorite furry artists of all time, their name was Spotted Squeak, sometimes known by their Sona as FOMO. They passed away a couple years ago now, I think, and it hit me really hard because this is one of the first artists that I got a really big attachment to. They were one of the first artists I learned about. I was a huge fan of their work, and up until now, this doesn't just extend to people I interact with on the daily because I'm a bit of a hermit. Some not intentionally, of course. This is more just as a result of circumstance. I'm scared of talking to new people. I'm scared of approaching people. So as a result, I don't do either of those things, and I don't make a lot of meaningful connections with people in real life. I only have two people I meaningfully interact with in real life, and then like two more online, and that's it. Again, I don't choose to be this way, but the amount of people I could actually call friends, not just acquaintances, not people I know of and talk to and I know their names, people that I know care about me and I care about them, they're easily in the single digits, and they might not even be more than a couple in real life. I don't think that's a good thing. But I have like where I'm going with this also extends to how I interact with people online. There's very few people I interact with daily online, and there have been times where I've like completely disappeared from online spaces for like a week at a time, and I've only had one person on my entire friends list of like 50 notice. Nobody on my League of Legends account noticed that I stopped playing with them daily and cared, and only one person on Discord, all of Discord, reached out to me to see if I was okay. Now, of course, I was okay, and I appreciate they reached out to me. Well, okay is up to interpretation there, but you know how much it sucks to have like 20, 30 people on your friends list on Discord, and only a handful of them actually notice if you go missing for a month. Only a handful of them, not even a handful, like one or two people actually reach out to you to ask you how your day is going on like the daily. Only one or two of them reach out to you even weekly to ask you how your day is going or if you just want to hang out. It really started getting to me after a while because I realized half the people I have added on Discord, more than half, only ever added me because of League, and they only ever talk to me if they want to do League. And because I've been doing so much less League lately, I've come to become almost like a. Those people have basically just become like dead weight on my friends list. Not to say they're not cool people and that I didn't like spending time with them, but it just really starts to affect you mentally when like you realize you have so few people around you that actually care. Anyways, where was I going with this? Both in real life and online, I have a lot of people. I have very few people I make meaningful interactions with. I have very few people I have real connections with. Not saying that this is anything like I had with Spotted Squeak, but that's partially because I didn't try to. And again, like I think this is also part of the like para social relationship a lot of people develop with content creators online. Is like big or small, if you meet someone online and you like them primarily because you found them through their work, even if you think they're a cool person genuinely, it just can feel a little bit daunting to ever reach out and even say something simple as, hey, I appreciate what you contribute, or hey, I like what you make, or hey, I think you're an interesting person. It's hard, at least for me personally, to ever bridge that gap. So as a result, big or small artists that I found, I dabble in both. Uh, Big or small, just like members of the community that I've found. I follow them all, but I'm just a lurker on just about every single site I go onto, even social media websites like Discord. And as a result, I kind of just like watched a few years go by where I consumed from these communities, but not only did I not give anything back, I didn't even interact with them meaningfully. And Spotted Squeak is the first artist where I saw them die and it genuinely like affected me. Like I was I was pretty depressed for like a week or two after I heard about their passing. Um, they're not the first artist I've found where like their art is discontinued, whether for where they moved away from it or it's just not a thing they do anymore if they have passed. But I grew up with their art. I consumed it for like a solid 7 years, and not just their art, but also learning about them as a person was a thing I knew about for years. And to just see them disappear, and I never had an impact on them once in my life, and now they're gone and I can't. That messed me up. And I realized in retrospect, like, again, like, whether they are as big as you think they are or they're as small as you think they are is irrelevant. These are all just people at the end of the day, and you can have a meaningful connection with them. Of course, that's not to say every single person is like that. You can't just choose somebody and say, hey, I want to be friends with this person. That'll happen. What I mean is, like, you can have an impact on these people whether you think so or not. That could be positive, it could be negative. You could like just say, "Hey, I like your art. Hey, you inspired me to make this," or "Hey, here's some money. I hope it helps out." But I didn't do any of that with anybody in the furry community for years. And then just seeing one of them pass away and realizing I could have said, "Hey, I like your art," or "Hey, I like what you make," or like, "Hey, I just think you're a cool person." I didn't get to do any of that, and I never will for that person ever again, and that messed me up. So that is kind of the tipping point I had where I'm like, I don't want to be like that for the rest of my years. I don't want to go through my 20s, my 30s, my 40s, however long I live, and never have an impact with anybody else, IRL or offline, online or online. So that kind of started pushing me to interact more in the communities that I enjoy. This applies to creative spaces, but also just like people that have the same hyperfixations as I do. So that's when I made my Blue Sky account and I started saying hi to a lot of people on there. And I still don't think a lot of them really know who I am or acknowledge me as a person. But I have like had some fun interactions with people on there, and it's more than what I had. I hope I can make some friends on there, some cool members of the community, and I hope I can get closer to some of them. But for the time being, I think I'm moving in a better direction. Could I be doing it better? Absolutely. Could I be doing it more? Absolutely. There's still some weeks where I just disappear from the platform, but I like that I'm at least trying now. I guess if there was a point to this whole rant, it's if there's a person that you like, whether they're a content creator or they're just a person you know in real life, don't be afraid to say hi to them. Even if you see them every day, don't be afraid to just say, "Hey, I think you look cool," or "Hey, I think you are cool. Hey, do you want to hang out?" Because that chance isn't always going to be there. And whether it ends with them being gone or it ends with you being gone, I think it's very important that you at least try. God, I'm getting all existentially thinking, and I'm only got 2 lines down for this tree. They're pretty good lines, I'll admit. But let's try adding in some of these branches. We'll start with this one over here. So let's see. The branches are just a straight shot out. Sometimes they bend upwards, but they mostly just appear to be a straight shot out. They can crook a little bit. They have smaller shoots that turn into branches that grow leaves on them. Okay, cool, 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 cool. So let's see. What if we have like bigger branch here? Burp, burp, burp. And then does it narrow in? It does narrow in. So we'll do burp, burp, burp. And then if this is the main branch, there needs to be smaller shoots off. So let's do burp, 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 burp. I hope you like the little burps I'm making as I draw. Um, okay. And now I need to start adding leaves, which just look like a bunch of little kind of ovally shapes. I wish I could zoom in more on these. Well, I guess the overall shape language is there. I just need to actually draw them. I also think the actual shape I give them isn't too important. I just need to burp, 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 burp. I need to get the overall like outline of them down. This is reading more as a coniferous, but that's part of the learning, boy. Let's see. And I just do that 50 more times? Could work. See, the thing is, I saw a little funny lizard dude online that talked about this. I think I can avoid drawing a lot of these finer details if I just start by drawing the entire skeleton of the tree and then making like bigger shapes for leaves and then adding in the finer details after. It'll save me a lot of time rendering. I think it'll also avoid a lot of unnecessary noise. Anyways, the whole reason I started that rant anyways was because I was talking about how I made a Blue Sky account. That's how I got to making it. I was very personally affected by the death of a beloved artist, and now I want to try to have more of an impact on the community and the people there within, and try to give back much of what I've gotten. I want to pay it forward. If I can make one piece of art that somebody else finds hot, or one piece of art that somebody else finds inspiring, something that can change somebody's view on the world, maybe even just my own, then that would be enough. So I made a Blue Sky account. I've been talking to more people on there, and I really want to start talking to people more intimately, I guess. Like I've only DM'd one person on there, and that was to ask them about comms. I got a few good comms out of them, but then I got ghosted for like 3 months on the last one. I should reach back out to them, but I'm kind of scared because I don't want to be bothered, but also I paid for it. Oh man. But we'll ignore that for now. So I was considering for ages now, because I see some other furries do a thing that I kind of want to do, is they like do a lot of the regular posting on their account, but then sometimes also plug that they stream there. And it's not necessarily meant to be like they're just like flooding ads everywhere, but people that might like interacting with a person might stop by and say hi in a stream, just get to know them better, form a bit more of a relationship there. And I've been thinking about doing the same thing because I really do like streaming. It's a fun thing to do. I like being able to yap, even if it's just into a bottomless void where anybody could hear me, whether it's just myself hearing me or somebody else hears me. Wait, if I click this, is this gonna... Oh, cool. Okay, cool. That works. Anyways, where was I going with that? I really do like the idea of having people in here to just chat with. That used to be a thing I had back in the day, but, you know, I stopped trying for that and it stopped happening. But I wonder if I could find a smaller community of nerds that just like being able to chill in a stream and just chat with people while they all do art. I've seen stuff like that. I want to be like that. And it doesn't even just have to be when I do art streams. It could also just be when I do video games, like Risk of Rain. Anyways, I'm getting off track again. I was just thinking that maybe I would like to start merging those two identities together, because the identity of my channel is still a bit ambiguous. It's a bit more of a shitposty channel, like I said before. Like it's a clip uploads channel so far, and it's like sometimes if I have funny moments in video games, I upload them there. But I really want to push it more into an identity built around me and what I want to create. I'm terrified of that though, because I've been kind of dodging. This is getting a little existential, but I'm kind of dodging the answer to the question of who am I? What is my identity? Because I've just been kind of doing the bare minimum there, which is I roll with the identity everyone else has given me. I have an identity I want to choose and an identity I want to go for, but I'm afraid to do it. And I'm noticing now that doing that just prolongs the suffering instead of getting it over with. So I really want to start rebranding my channel into being like, okay, this is who I am, this is what I'm about, and this is where we're going. The way a part of this that I want to do is like I want to start moving into like longer form content. I don't just want it to be like, hey, here's a funny 2-minute clip from a video game I got. All right, see you again next year. Because one of my favorite videos on my channel is one of the ones I worked hardest on, where I like made a script for how I wanted it to go, and I put clips in around that script, but I had like an overall theme for the video I wanted to do, and I did it. And it was one of my longer form videos. It was one of the worst performing, but it's one of my favorites and one of the ones I'm most proud of. I can do both. I can have both coexist, but I just have to actually do it. That's part of why, like I said tonight, I also want to do some script writing. I have a fairly structured, what am I trying to say here, outline for a video that I've been working on for a while now. I started streaming a whole bunch of those hack and slash games for the last like week. No, it's a couple weeks ago now. I think I started like a month ago. Because I needed the footage, but also the experiences and thought for a video I want to do. I want to do a small video essay on hack and slash genre of games. Like a 10-minute, maybe 8 minutes if I really don't have much to talk about. But I think I could push up to 15. This is going to challenge me in a lot of different ways that I'm excited to experience. But the first part I have to get over is I actually need to write a script for the thing. Because I did the video collecting. I outlined what I want to be said in there. but I also actually need to write a script for the thing that will carry my main talking points I want to talk about. I have the questions I need to ask and how I will answer them, but I actually need to sit down and say, okay, for each segment of the video, what are the questions applied to with this game and how do they get answered? And that's something I still have yet to do, because once I get to that part, then I get to another part, which is going to suck once I start it, but once I get over how much it'll suck to set up, it'll be kind of fun, is editing. I'll have to record myself speaking about these topics, paste them in a video, and then actually edit the video together. I think I have enough footage for it. I just have to also manage my storage drives properly, because sometimes one of my SSDs just disappears entirely, and that's not good when you're trying to use it to manage files. But anyways, that'll come later. For now, let me try to, like, first I'm gonna look up that funny little lizard dude and see, like, what his process is for rendering trees again. Alright, guess I'll have to find him the old-fashioned way. There he is. Found him. What is he, a gecko? Alright, let's try that more. Alright. So, let's try something like... The shape language for these leaves, as opposed to deciduous, is a bit sharper. So let's try doing a really, really far away tree trunk leaf thingy. All right, let's see. How do we want it to bend? Something like that. So like, there. Man, drawing trees is a lot harder than it looks. I think we might have to just take a part to really focus on what these tree leaves look like. So like it's if I just draw the bare minimum rendering for the top of the trees, because like this is an upskirt, but like let's just take a look at the overall upskirt on a tree is a wild thing. Okay, let's see. So it's like if you just look at the overall volume of it, because it's a pine tree, it has like this cone structure, right? So if we just break that down, the leaves should be coming in like a giant circle, because it just narrows as it goes up to make a better of a cone structure. So the branches bend out in each way, but it should be fulfilling this overall cone structure. So what if we did like another one up this way? That looks a lot more tree-like. Again, it's not exactly what I'm going for, but I think I'm getting a better idea of how to actually render it out. Because if I had to have something like that, it would suck not to have the finer details. But if I just made it like solid green blocks going up the tree and then added some hatching in afterwards with some strokes on maybe a pencil, that's fine. In fact, maybe I could do that. Maybe I could nail a texture for what I want my trees to look like and maybe add in some predefined gaps where there will be gaps of light shining through where it gets thinner, kind of like in here. But for the rest of it, just make it a solid color with some hatching where it thins out and then just darker colors where it's thicker. I think that might be what we go for here. Alrighty. Let's try a different pose now. Let's go for like leaning slightly. And then the trunk goes like that. Well, that's far too close to the ground. We'll never see leaves on that one. We have to go for like more of a and then let's like see, it could be facing towards us, but we could make it just like no, it needs to be parallel with the ground, don't it? Otherwise it's going to look like it's curving upwards because it's closer. If we want it to be further away, it should overall be like parallel. So let's just do like and let's make it like really thick. No, too thick and it doesn't look like it's that far away anymore. Also, let's just like have it be off screen. Well, no, like actually, let's imitate what we're going for down here. Because I should be drawing it in the style of like what's it going to look like when it's finally there. So let's just have it go up here. Then this one's going to just be like, oh man, we're getting so high up. Oh, I'm having fun. Okay. All right, I'm kind of visualizing, and now let's see. I want the overall cone structure to just start like what would a cone look like? Oh man, I'm actually gonna have to start breaking down shapes now because I have to figure out what does a cone look like. Let me see. This tab. Let's pull all the way over here and look at just like what does a cone look like? Cone. All right, so we have like our point up here, and then where the cone like bends, and then it converges in on that point, right? And then like where it goes around behind, and that's a cone. Now, what happens if we angle it towards us? What happens to the sides we can see? What happens to the sides we can't see? Well, let's if we angle the point towards us, it gets like shorter looking. If we angle the point towards us, it gets further out, doesn't it? It gets wider. And then it looks like that. I wonder, does that poser I have like does this just have like basic geometric shapes built into it? No, it doesn't. But if I just imagine that as a cone, what happens when I move it further away from me? Okay, wait a minute. I can actually work with this. So the circle gets flat. It becomes more circle-like, and then it comes to like a point. And then if I start moving it, can I like flip this around? Okay, you know what? I'll just have to visualize it like this. So it's like the point starts up there, and then if you start moving it, the circle gets bigger, the point gets further away, so it just gets wider, 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 until the circle almost overtakes the point, and then it does, so then it's just rim. But where do the sides go? And then if you go the opposite way, circle starts getting wider, and then it's like the sides start disappearing. Man, this is breaking my brain. I've never tried to like move shapes around in my imagination like this. Man, if I had anything conveniently cone-shaped IRL, this would be very useful. Wait, actually, I have dice. Wait, what am I talking about? Oh man, where's the caltrop when you need it? It's always there when you need to step on it, ain't it? Yeah, the only one I don't have is the triangle, which would have been very helpful here. God, I was so ready for this sketch sesh. I didn't think I'd get hung up on studying what a cone is. Alrighty, we're gonna have to open the limited edition Bad Dragon dice. Okay, this isn't exactly a cone, it's more of a pyramid, but this should work for the concept of what I'm trying to visualize. Good Diet Coke. Let's see. So, like, you can see the sides. What happens when you turn it away from you? The sides are still there. They get wider and wider and wider. And they're still there. As long as you can see the point, the widest edges of the cone, it will still always go to with lines until you can't see it anymore. The point will disappear simultaneously with those lines, and then it's just the bottom of the shape. But the points are just the widest edges of the cone. And then as you reintroduce the point, as soon as you can see the point, the lines appear with it and they converge on it just from the widest edges of the cone. And that's it? Question mark? Let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can... Again, sorry, this seems like not very intuitive to what I'm trying to do here, but just bear with me. I'm trying to do some simple shape deconstruction and reconstruction in my head. God, I want to draw furry porn so bad. Sorry, that was just an intrusive thought, and I had to say it. If it wasn't obvious from the fact that I said I've been wanting to do other types of art for a while now, I have dabbled in that in my free time. I just really want to start doing it again, so maybe I will. Alrighty, let's see. So if we have this cone, let's see. So like, you can only really see the bottom of it here. It's at an angle though, so like the widest edge converges in on the point. So if we're imagining the points here, these edges get narrow over here, but this edge gets really wide. But then here, the point's up here, so this edge gets really wide, and then it narrows up around here. So let's try to do that. If the points converge in, like let's say the leaf goes here, and then it converges in up here. And then the leaf is over here and it no wait, it should be down here, converges in up here. So then the leaves should come around behind like this. So then we just bop, boop, bop, boop, bop, bop, boop, bop, bop, boop, bop, beep, boop, bop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, bop. Sorry, SpongeBob reference. So let's just go like and then just like and then just And then just like it creates overall a tree shape, but I feel like I'm still missing something crucial for deconstructing and breaking down what a tree looks like. Honestly, it reads as tree and tree leaves. Like I could just leave it at that. Then we just have like some basic boop, deep, boop, boop, beep, boop. And then like maybe just added some wood grain. And then just erase all the extra fluff. That's another thing I'm not doing. Leaves go over the tree trunk. So let's just do like and then just have it go as long as it all fits in with the cone. You know? And the thing is, I could be doing the leaves better. I need to find a better way to do the edges of the leaf because it is reading as a solid shape, but I need to find a way that helps create the outermost shape of the. It's also like they're fitting too cleanly into the cone shape. They need to like, for the most part, most of the leafy mass needs to be in that shape, but then the rest of it can just go wherever. And again, this is purely just to deciduous trees because they make like that classic conical shape. But I think I'm getting too focused on this. I think for all intents and purposes, that reads as a tree. So let's try adding it into the main scene. But before we do that, we have other things that come first. Not much, just we need to create this backdrop. So I'm going to practice that. Shouldn't take nearly as long as that did. So let's see. That backdrop starts as like a. I'm just gonna start with sketching a line because I'm not gonna get anywhere if I overcomplicate things. So let's see. Goes back up here, and then just like that, and then maybe we have some like very very faint clouds. Well, that just looks like deciduous leaves behind the tree, so let's just get rid of that. And then like maybe just some slight shapes of birds. And then we have big heckin' homunculus over here. And then just like his big heckin' legs. Then his arms. Then his smaller arm over there. And then just like his funny little head. His eye. And then Commando doing their funny little like that's so bad. But it's meant to just be quick and dirty. Just a quick way to make a sketch. And then and then comes up here. That's their head. The arms over here. And this other arm's over here. Commando's starting to appear way too thick. They had too many bison steaks, but that's fine. This is a quicker sketch where it like comes up over here. And then this one comes up over here, goes up into here. And then this is where their shooties are. Yeah, that is much worse, but a quicker sketch of what I was doing before. And I think overall, I got the proportions on the thing a little wrong. Like maybe it should come up around here, and then it goes up around there. But overall, it reads. This concept reads, and I like it. Okay, deep breath. God, I've been going for 3 hours and barely any of this was gameplay. Maybe I'll do like a final game to just wrap things up. I'm not sure where I want to end here though. And the thing is, I want to feel like I actually accomplished something tonight. So maybe I need to do and finish this sketch before I let myself off the hook. Maybe I'll start doing that. Like, part of me right now really just wants to chat to people. And the immediate thing I'm thinking of is like, oh, well, again, big or small, there's just a bunch of artists on these different platforms I follow that I've been wanting to talk to for ages. Maybe I'll just start. What's the worst that can happen? Either they say, sure, we can chat, or on the block list with every other person who's tried to message me because they thought my art was hot. You know? Oh man, it's just like, no, you're either an AI chatbot or you're just somebody who wants to steal my art, or you're just somebody who's looking to sell me something. But like, if there's a 1 in 100 chance that somebody actually just wants to chat, I'll find people that want to chat sooner or later. Again, the worst they can just say is no. But anyways, this entire sketch reads. So let's make a very, very light, basic outline for I want this like wall to be. And I kind of want to have this pulled up on another monitor real quick because I really want to know what that's going to look like. Alrighty, let's see. If we push this up to the top of the frame, does that do anything? Kinda. Then if I just scroll down, all right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, we can just do this, and then if we just like, whoop. I wish I could control how much I zoom in and out. That's really frustrating. Like you see, then it would just be like a line comes out of the ground, goes up around here, goes over here, goes down, goes off frame, and then there's just no more. Then it's just commando here, and I was like, I'm gonna shoot you, and then Stone Golem over here, just like menacing. God, I wish I was doing this digitally because I would do so many funny ults of this. Like one of them is just like menacing around the Stone Golem, and then the other one is just like Stone Golem walking away, and then where Commando is just Commando Family Guy death posed. That really is the duality of the hyper fixated artist. You have an artist who can only draw two things really well. They just draw really, really, really good mauls, and then they draw really, really, really good Family Guy death poses, and that's it. Oh man. Alrighty. Enough stalling. Let's see. So I don't want this to take up any of what Commando is, so let's have it start here, and then come around here. Go up and up and up, and then come back down. Reel back down, and then go off. I think if it were just smooth and didn't hang down a little bit, that'd be better. So we're just going to smooth it all out. Because I was trying too hard to not make it look absurdly unnatural and smooth. But this isn't exactly a natural structure. At least it's not the most common natural structure. On top of that, it does have a really, really smooth design to it, like it's been eroded. Like whatever initially carved it did so a long time ago. Now it's been subject to the effects of erosion. Again, we're going to do like one more gentle erasing here because I really want to nail a bit of a curve here. So let's get up here. Just go for like a... Alrighty. I think that's it. No more stalling. I think we got it. Okay. Now, something I have to do. No, I don't want the tree to break up this image too hard. So it's going to curve back in. No, I can't do it backwards. If I do it backwards, my arm just doesn't work. No, I can't do it backwards. My arm just doesn't work that way. Okay. Let's erase all the schmutz, and we're going to get one more good draw at this. So let's start where we went from and go. Yeah, I should have just stopped at the original iteration. I liked it way better. The tree is going to clash with the edge here a little bit, but that's fine. And then just have it go up. There we go. Okay, I think we've landed on the final version here. It's getting a little too noisy, so I'm just erasing some of the schmutz. And then just brush away, trying to minimize the amount of smudging. Alrighty, there we go. Alrighty. Now, I only have a few more things to do before I actually have to start rendering and refining this. And that scares me the most, is because rendering, since this is traditional, is the part where I have the chance to mess up the best. And I'm scared of that. I'm deathly terrified of it. But I just have to keep my cool and go into it ready to succeed. Let's see. Because just finishing it alone will be enough for me. So let's see. Is the tree starting here? You're going. Okay, wait. Let's just do like you're going up and up and up and up, and then you're going up and up. Okay. I think we're almost there. The tree cuts off part of the really cool curve with the rock, but that's fine. Oh man, I'm really excited with how it's coming along. But again, every bone in my body's yelling, just stop, just stop. Let it be. Come back to it later. Finish it later, and just stop. But if I do that, later won't come, and I won't finish it. So let's just lean into this, like Commando running into combat. Let's lean into it and keep chugging. Let's see, what are we gonna do next? We could make really, really solid lines. Just commit and announce this is where the tree trunk will be. And it's parallel with the ground, so I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Now let's try to go for a little bit less of a lean. Alrighty. We've committed. Those are some of the most solid lines I've done so far. This is where the tree trunk will be. Now, I do recognize in retrospect, in my overzealous attempts to solidify that tree trunk, that I don't acknowledge that I'm going to have to erase parts of that tree trunk later when I make the leaves. That's fine. We'll go from here, okay? Now, God, I really do think I'm just going to have to like put the pause on this and just try to understand different ways to draw coniferous leaves, because if I don't, this is going to ruin most of what I'm working on here. So let's navigate to another page and just take like, oh man, I'm running out of space here. I've filled up the sketchbook so much. I didn't think I'd use it this much. I'm proud of myself, but like, all right, let's take just a little bit of time and really dedicate this next chunk to get the leaves to look how you want them to look. Because if I just keep putting it off because it feels uncomfortable, it's difficult. I don't like how these leaves are coming out. They're not coming out right. I just guess I won't draw leaves. They'll never get drawn. Wait, is it actually their birthday? Sorry, I was going on to Blue Sky to get inspiration, and then I immediately got distracted. I should not be here. I should just look up. Let's see. How do I want? Let's just like look at pine tree art. That's closer to what Risk of Rain ones look like. And from underneath, they do get a bit more abstract. They just kind of become misshapen lumps that do fill into that cone structure, maybe even a bit of an oval structure when looking at them from underneath. So that'll be difficult to... Looks like the answer is I just look at trees and keep struggling. I'll have to figure it out. Alrighty. Well then, let's divide this into like another... So when I'm trying to practice sketches, I'll divide my sheet of sketch paper into like sections, and then like each section will be a dedicated mini sketch area where I try to do more iterations. Iterative sketching is a great way to get better. I highly recommend it. Basically, just take something you want to draw and then draw it, but don't dedicate too much time to it. This is when you're actually trying to take something you're maybe just really trying to improve at it quicker. I wouldn't recommend this for like doing full pieces entirely, but it can help sometimes for that. But just basically do what you want to do really, really well a bunch of times over and over. It gives you plenty of like time to really consider, okay, what is not coming out about this that I don't like? So start them in together closer, and then have them get progressively narrower as it goes up. And then like have... Okay, so if it goes in like a bit of a... We get to our widest point here, then it comes back in, then it goes back in. Our other widest point here, then it comes back in, then it comes back in. So boop, boop, boop. 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 And then maybe even like a boop, boop. Just have it just go like boop, 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 boop. Okay, now this is a very good starting shape for like the underneath, and maybe have it just close in a little bit slower up there. But now, how do I actually render the leaves? This is the tough part. And unfortunately, I think I'm just gonna have to keep looking at pine trees and just like, this is the closest one that I want. Maybe do like a bit of a fan shape. It's like, I could try doing trapezoids. So just like do it like a, But then how do they connect together overall in a shape? I guess if they're close enough, they just overlap, right? But then, like, and that's the thing. The branches really disappear when you get closer to the tree. And then they, like, disappear here, and they disappear here. They really only read when you're getting, like, and then they just kind of, like, disappear. They feather off into the trees, right? But then it's just like, because the rest of it gets lost in the noise, but you should be doing like a boop, 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 and then like a boop, 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 boop. And then this one goes boop, 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 boop. Oh man. And then like, how do you draw it vanishing into the trees? I guess you gotta draw like big shapes of leaves coming down in front of it, right? And then the rest of this is all just like occasionally geometric shapes of gaps in the trees. But like overall, it's just like you're looking up into the tree, but eventually it gets all covered up by branches and noise, which I guess is kind of seen here. Like, yes, the trunk is there, but eventually gets lost more as like branches cross hatch and eclipse each other. It's cool, I guess. So let's try one more, but let's try to make this where I actually properly finish rendering it. I think I'm done practicing. Well, I'm not done. This is still practice, but like, you know what I mean. I'm not going to like be making the well, this will just be to see what we end up with. Let's try to take this as a practice to like go, okay, we're going from point 0 to point B. Let's make the best render tree we can. Go. Um for that, let's actually take a full page. Alrighty, so let's take it similar to the cut on our page we had from before. So we start up at like halfway through the page and a very sharp decline across to the bottom left. And now let's put the tree up right where it's going to be. Careful with that. You want to keep your line straight. And then just like, it's getting very narrow. And it disappears. I think it gets a little too wide over here. That's fine. It just has to like keep that going. And then it narrows in just a little bit too obviously at the end there. Let's keep it going. There we go. Perfect. And now let's see. How do we sell this getting narrower up towards the top? So like I said, it has to get lost in the noise up here eventually. I have to decide with a big bulbous shape of leaves, kind of like almost like a spherical shape here. Like if I really, really break it down, it's like there's one big circle here and another big circle here, and then like a bit of a circlish orb here, and then another circle here. Like it's just a bunch of blobs of leaves. So like we'll draw branches going out in like conical fashion again. So like let's draw the overall shape of our leaves, just like up, up, up. And then it gets really dense up here. So let's go boop bop bop boop bop boop bop boop bop bop boop bop boop bop boop. And then just have like maybe some even go like bop boop bop. Alrighty. And let's see, where do we want it to start getting lost in the noise here? I guess we can do like a big old placement of leaves up here. It's gonna read like a deciduous tree no matter which way I do it. I might just have to take that L and get better at it. Let's see. So how does the okay? So the leaves just kind of vanish behind the trunk when they're not in front of it. Sorry, I didn't. Man, who's ready for the art part of the Risk of Rain stream? Oh boy, let's see what Commando looks like, and it's all trees. It's all trees. Turns out the biggest enemy I made from starting to sketch, it wasn't the weird geometric faces on the stone golem. It wasn't the actual humanoid proportions and having to learn anatomy of Commando. It was the trees. And it's because I happened to pick one of the harder trees, and I picked a really funky angle for trees when I have zero understanding of the anatomy of trees. At the very least, stone golem is just a bunch of cubes I have to rotate and then cut in weird shapes. And then Commando, I've done a fair bit of anatomy practice, if you get what I mean. But this guy, this tree, never tried drawing a tree before. Couldn't begin to tell you what they look like. I hardly go outside nowadays, so what is a tree? Who knows? I'm gonna just like go back to blue sky for a moment because mood is changing rapidly. Alrighty, that was a nice little break from art. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to take a proper break from this soon because this tree stuff is really taking a hit on my mental. I think off stream I'm gonna work on rendering this stuff out on my own. Doing the other stuff was really fun to do on stream. I'm gonna do more of that, but like having to study new things is definitely a thing I don't think I'm gonna make a habit of doing on stream because that's not very fun. And it's not even just like learning isn't fun. It's just like it puts me in mental places I would prefer not to be on while I'm on stream. But as the ending of this stream has kind of slowed down a lot more than I would like, I'm feeling in a better spot mentally now where I think I'm ready to do maybe 1 or 2 more runs on Risk of Rain. But I am happy with the progress I made. I have more things to talk about with my friends about how it went. So all in all, I feel like the art part of the stream was a success. It didn't go exactly how I planned, but again, I could not plan for the trees. Just like in Valheim, you cannot plan around the trees. They will find you. They will get you. Anyways, silliness aside, how about, now that I've come down a little bit, we get back into this. What is the prismatic trial? You must break time crystals to complete 2 stages as fast as possible. Let's see, what's this prismatic trial this time? As mercenary complete without falling below 100%. Start with 50 gold. Stages progress in a random order. And what are the artifacts? Choose your items. Risk your items after completing the teleporter event in a test of memory to gain more items. I've never seen the artifact of delusion before. Spawn the random equipment that changes every time it's activated. At least 1 Shrine of the Mountain spawns every stage. Shrine of the Mountain effects are permanent. I'm not hitting you. Monster spawns are double, but monster maximum health is halved. Okay, so I think for this run, we need to just focus on getting damage. The artifact swarm guarantees Lemurian spawn, right? Or is that the artifact again I'm thinking of? I can't fall below 100% health, so I think shield generators are the way to go. That and safer, or tougher times, safer spaces, whatever you want to call them. How much do crates cost? 25. Kinetic dampener, more shield. Okay. If I can just stack shields, I should be fine. Also, we have to break time crystals to progress anyway, so let's do those. I think time crystals hurt you when you damage them, right? So how is that supposed to work? It damages you, so how am I supposed to stay 100% above? Okay, wait. I wish there was like a quick restart button for this. I'm also gonna look up real quick, like, because like I don't want to do an 8-hour stream where I try to figure out on my own how to do this. You just have to get really lucky, it seems, to get the proper event. I'm willing to give this one a couple tries, but I don't think I'm going to just, like, spend my entire rest of the stream doing this. I'll give it a few tries. This ability better be worth it. Like, it's absurd that they would lock such like, any ability in the game behind such a hard-to-complete achievement. Alright, so I have to complete it with ult. Okay. Do not do that. Okay. I have to focus on you guys. Kinetic dampener. Now, I'm going to assume kinetic dampener since... Oh, it increases my max health, though. Do shields count for that? Wait. Mercenary Ethereal, do shields count? Rules? Let's see. Losing any health or shield invalidates the run. Okay, so let's quit the menu. I need barriers, essentially. So Eclipse Light might help. Losing any health or shield invalidates the challenge. Losing burials, for example, does not invalidate the challenge. Try to destroy time crystals by reducing the health enough for ult to kill them. So that no damage is incurred from the destruction. Drones and turrets can serve as distractions for enemies, allowing one to use ult to finish off or soften enemies without risking being hit. Okay, let's try again. So, shields do not count. You cannot take advantage of shields. I'm gonna wait for the wisps to spawn real quick. I wonder if skins change where your items spawn on you. Okay. Oh, god dang it, man. This is gonna be so hard. You could have at least made it half health. Not getting hit once is not cool. The easiest way really would just be stacking shaped glasses, wouldn't it? Oh, come on! Oh, I really don't know if I want to do this. I have to complete 2 stages? No way. I'm not being able to do that. I'll just, like, keep my eye on the Reddit and see if there's any easy stages that come along. But that's just not worth it. There's no ability on Mercenary that could be fun enough to justify spending at least 10 hours trying to complete that. It's not worth it. Alright, let's do some Eclipse. Who would be fun? I think we gotta go Commando. We're gonna go Commando, and we will get the funny glasses. This is me calling my shot. We're on Distant Roost. We're in a good map. We got good vibes. We will get those glasses. The vibes have been harsh. There's trees here. You are the cause of so much of my pain and suffering. How dare you? You got a weird thing there. Wait, are you good? You got like a rocket on you. Oh. Showtime. We'll give it a shot. We'll get 2 shots. I'm too poor. Can we add in an artifact that just like guaranteed spawns void cradles? Because I like void cradles. They're too rare. Also, the ragdolls are funny, but they're not like true ragdolls. I want true ragdolls in the game. I want them to ragdoll like we ragdoll. I get that their bodies landing in a spot are important for interactions with some items, but I want to see their bodies like get blown up and fly off a mountain like ours do. Medkit. It keeps things more interesting. Fireworks, it just makes everything too meh. Ow. Okay, wait a minute. Woo. Ugh. This guy's hurt. That's fine, though. Let's get some money and get back up there. I'm coming for you, punks. You better wait up there for me. Don't go running around now. I'm coming back for you. I could also see, like, as we progress past that ticker. So, the easy stage, they progress in difficulty of 3. Like, there's 3 points in this first stage where they get more difficult. Because I saw, when we got over that first little hump, that line right before the E and the word easy, they got a red pulse over them, which shows whenever they get more difficult, I believe. But if I kill some of them, I'll level up, and then I'll also get more difficult. I'm getting a little scared. Oh, that was way too risky being that close to the wall, hugging it like that, because I fully had no idea of knowing whether or not I was close enough to the wall to where it might clip the terrain and instantly kill me. What are they stimp stomping up there for? Oh, there you guys are. I think I saw one behind me. No, I didn't. I'm crazy. It's a little loud. Alrighty, that helps. Makes me a little tankier. I want damage, though, because I'm not going to have the damage to deal with House Really Unite. No, it's House Unite, and a Really Unite is the big one. More movement speed and DPS. I will gladly take it. I missed the second stage where they get tougher, so I guess I'll just keep my eyes peeled for when they get tougher for the third time, which will happen when the difficulty like actually ticks over. Let's go this way. Oh man. Like how windy this map is. Oh man, more durability. I'm not playing False Sun here. I need some damage. This is going so slow, and I'm not even intending to take this one slowly. Give me some DPS. Shield generator. Crowbar. I guess. Technically counts. Now see, that bell doesn't always toll whenever you're progressing through these. Does it only toll to indicate the enemies have gotten stronger than you are, at least off of a levels basis? Gunner turret should be able to hold its own as long as I keep kiting enemies away from it. I guess the only way I'm going to be able to get more DPS is by just killing a really knight, so let's get it over with. Commando certainly has more single target DPS than Mercenary does, so it shouldn't be as hard. There's the bell. But I'm still higher level than they would be, so guess not. I guess we can just do both of these, like there's no reason not to. Where's the Beetle Queen at? There she is. This is where I will hold. I will not fall. I will not yield. I might yield. I'm spawning so many Beetle Guards. Sheesh. What is that? A crate? It's a, like, gunner turret? Okay. I'll be back up to deal with you soon. Alright. Oh, this is gonna spawn a really knight if I'm not careful. Wait, don't spawn Halcyon Knight yet. I'm not ready. And down I go! Oh, I did not realize my dash was on that long of a cooldown. I almost died. I'm trying so hard to focus her. I really am. Oh, and they just all got stronger. Why are there so many guys here? Okay, wait a minute. Who's healing him? I think I'm cooked. I'm just going to get outscaled. I can't keep them all down. Okay, I can hit her from here. This works. I wish I had an easier way up there than just, like, take the bounce pad up to where 50 Beetle Guards are waiting for me, you know? But at least if they kited away from the bounce pad, I could still make my way up there. Are they all going to be up here still? No, they're not. Okay, wait a minute. That's a problem. Okay, now, get behind the tree. You can't just stop my movement like that. That's not cool. Okay, hopefully I can finish her before anyone starts showing up to heal her. No, don't start tanking for her, man. I need the item she drops. And she healed again. No, she didn't heal. Okay, it's a max health increase. She's getting a max health increase. Okay, that's good to know. So that's those little bumps of her healing I saw earlier weren't because she actually has anyone healing her. It's because she has a max health increase from the whatever you want to call it. Jesus. Alright. I'm going to be yielding the high ground for a little bit here, but these items will be worth it. Maybe. TM. Don't quote me on that. Because the Beetle Queen is down. She's going to stop spawning enemies, which means this gets a little bit easier. I don't think I made enough distance with him, so he's going to close the gap a little bit here, which is kind of scary. He can also knock me off the map here. Alright, we're fine. Alright, he dies here. I go up and kill him. Good lord, I'm so late into the game. Alright, he's down. The rest should be easy. That's the overloading wisp I damaged a bunch earlier. Alrighty, a very concerning starting pace for the game, but I'm sure we'll turn it around. And just like that, we turned it around. Alrighty, now before I leave, I'm gonna scrap a couple items. I don't think I can afford to scrap Bison Steak. I think it'll keep me alive. Squid Polyp does kind of get nerfed with the lower starting health, so we'll scrap you. Oh, they killed one of my turrets. Fantastic. We'll scrap Crowbar. I got 2 DPS items from that. A really nice spawn, and suddenly I am I'm a survivor. But just barely winning all of that by the skin of my teeth. That's the stuff I live for. That's why I play this guy. You gotta have the risk to get the reward. No rain without the risk, you know? When it rains, it pours. But if you want to get to that rain, you gotta get some risk. What's that 3D printer? Warped Echo? It'd be helpful, but I need to just focus on DPS right now. I already have enough tank items as it is. Oh, you're a larger crate. Right? That's not what a regular utility crate looks like, is it? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm just used to seeing him half buried, but he looks a little large. Are those jellyfish? Yeah, it's a jellyfish. Cool. Wandering Vagrant is a big jellyfish. Oh, that's just Delicate Watch. Honestly, might be the best I have. Also, I didn't know my right click was a I don't know if it's like a miniature stun or maybe those guys, their attack just gets canceled to get pushed outside of your range, but that's cool. I've never seen that interaction before. Gunner turret, more DPS. I think that's what I'll go for. Tally's right there. I'm going to ping it so I remember it. Alright, give me some more DPS. Another gunner drone. Gunner drones are very nice in the original Risk of Rain. They help out your DPS a lot as well in that game. Water. You better be sipping on water. Don't let me catch you slacking. If you're dehydrated, you're getting waterboarded. Stun grenade's alright. I'll take it. Best option we got, I think. Also, nuke pod. Give me that. I want to purify it. Visions of Heresy. I'm good. Ramping DPS, yes, please. Scrapper over here. I'm almost tempted to scrap Warped Echo, but I know that Warped Echo reduces a lot more damage than I give it credit for, so I'll hold on to it. The only thing I don't like about jellyfish, I'm pretty sure if they blow up, you don't get money for them. Crit glasses. Please let me turn those into Void Seeker's lenses. No, they're lens makers, and then the void one is just, if it's not Void Seekers, I actually don't know what it is. They look kind of sick. Yeah, that's an turret, isn't it? And this is also where I saw that equipment barrel. Equipment first. Orange fruit. Could be worse. Gives me a bit of healing. Oh, I can just instantly heal my max health. That's actually absurd sustain. If I can progress and catch up a little bit and I'm not getting one shot by everything, that's a ridiculous amount of sustain. Also, the ability to instantly fix my health bar when I spawn in at half health. On top of that being nice, it also means I can hit Void Cradles and Blood Shrines more consistently. Razor wire, that'll help out a lot here. Alrighty, I have no more heals now, so I gotta be careful. This health bar I have currently is the only health bar I got, so I better make it count. Oh. Is Vinny up? Is he messaging me? Ooh, Zuli's up. Oh no, Zuli's sick. They were sick before, but I guess they're more sick now. Ooh, Void Seed. I see those damage numbers going. Well, at least I know where the Void Seed is. They're on my gunner turret, I think. I gotta go protect it. That's not ideal. That's less ideal. Send the bobble. I wonder if every creature has a void equivalent, because if they don't, that means that those little creatures can't corrupt everything. Oh my goodness, we're so late into the game, we're already seeing those things. I got the high ground, Bozo. It's gonna be harder for you to hit me from down there. God, imagine if those little things that walk around those legs could just drop on top. Imagine if they could drop on top of you like a creeper and just instantly void explode and insta-kill you. That'd be terrifying. I'm also sure that's happened to somebody, like one of their drones or turrets or what have you, insta-killed it while it was falling towards them and it fell down and just boom, got them instantly. That'd be funny. What's that a void effect it put on me? It's called a void jailer. Maybe if it puts enough of those on me, it roots me? That is a void jailer, right? Void Reaver, interesting. Also, why aren't these guys fighting each other? I thought they and the Void were like natural enemies. Are you all working for the Void? Let's see where the real loyalty lies now. Growth Nectar. Well, I guess something finished it off because the Void Seeds collapsed, so... Let's see what our spoils are. Sticky Bomb. More ramping damage. Cautious Slug for more healing. Actually, I'm going to let that thing make a Void creature so it stops being an issue for me. Because I think I have enough money for the rest of the stage, at least most of it. Enough to just keep clearing right now. If that little thing becomes a Void creature and it just causes more infighting, that's good for me. I'm going to eat my words when I get hit by Collapse from a Void infested creature and then I die instantly. Soldier syringe, hell yeah. Now that's a DPS increase. Let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items from this stage. It's a good amount. I just don't... I feel like I'm missing a lot. There's 2 crates right there. Oh, man. It's just like... It's like my spidey sense starts tingling. Like, oh, man. I feel like it's just not all the items. I feel like there's more items here. And then I turn a corner. There's 2 more items. Beetle Queens again. I can handle Beetle Queens. Jeez. I'm very happy that I got the foreign fruit. Fuel cell, no less. Give me your item. What is it? Leeching Seed? Oh, now I'm mortal. Put asterisk strike next to it and say except for one shots. Where are you? Oh, gunner drone. Oh, they're breaking my gunner drones. No! Oh, man. Can't believe I missed a gunner drone. That's because I didn't. It was one of mine. Speaking of, where's my other gunner drone at? He's getting focused down, and I'm not enjoying that. Give me some more DPS in here. Clear out these punks trying to take out my drones. Alrighty, let's keep moving. Abyssal Depths. No, leave my drones, my turrets alone. Hey, bug off. If I run into a wall, that's gonna suck. Oh, he's dead. Now you next. And can the ranged one stop focusing my drones? It's not very fun. I lost another drone. And you, bug off. Where's my drone at? God, that gup hurts. Could you not? Kindly. Just could you not? I think I just have to run away and kite them. That would be a pretty nice item. Alright, let's keep running. Let's keep those guys from focusing down my drones, hopefully. Another Tentibobble. Hopefully some void creatures will make our lives easier as well. Let's see. Kinetic Dampener might be the play. Nope. ATG every day of the week. If we turn that into Plasma Shrimp, I'll be a very happy commando. Oh man, my wrist. Not what you want to hear from somebody who's trying to get into music, instruments, art, and just keep enjoying gaming. I think Icker. I need some tankiness. Man, even Morians are starting to feel tanky. That's not good. Need more damage and fast. Another Icker, I guess. I keep calling it Icker. It's Infusion. I mean, both are technically blood. Just one's my... Hehe, the jokes. Alright, we make a bit of a stand here, try to kill some creatures, get our money up. Those Gups are still alive? Yeah, just group them all up, do big damage to all of them. That's perfect. Awesome. Where's that tally at? I know it's around here somewhere. I can see the particle effect. Show me the tally. There it is. Alright, now let's find some more items, shall we? Really wasn't sure if I was going to take fall damage there or not. I'm glad to find out it would be not. Run away! Another pair of Haiku's boots. That'll have to do for now. I think we need to go start the boss fight. I see a few void creatures that exist, though, that I made, and that's good. No, I know where a few other items are hiding. Hopefully I don't hype these guys around my drones too much, but I know where a few other items are hiding. Back there. Legendary item, Frost Relic. I'll take it. That's huge AoE DPS. Oh, this is another place where the doors could always not be open, isn't it? Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. Oh, that could have been bad. Alright, I think we start to tally here. And then if we have enough money afterwards, we do the boss fight, or the legendary chest. Those guts will be the death of me. I have to get away. Hope a feather. Huge AoE damage. This is finally giving me a chance to clear up all the monsters that have been like stacking on the stage for a while now, giving me a lot of levels and a lot of money. Which means if I manage to survive until the telly's over, I can definitely clear out the rest of this stage. And if I just keep using Hopo Feather, spamming jump while these hiker boots just go to work, they're never going to drop their stacks. Frost Relic dealing damage while I just keep bouncing around with Hopo Feather means I'll always be maxed out on a hiker boot. Is that 30% damage and 30% crit chance? Critical strike damage. Alright, I think it's this way. Alright, my drone should be fine for now. I can afford it. Reduce equipment cooldown? You know what? I'll take it. Ching! That hermit crab that tried to snipe me. Funny. Another. Wait, is that 2 Noxious Thorns? No, that's ukulele! Yeah, I need to prioritize getting that ASAP. Ukulele. Now let's go take care of that punk before he focuses down my turrets. Yeah, he's just trying to hit my turrets, which it's nice that it distracts him for so long, but he can easily solo them, which means you just lose turrets. Did another one just spawn? It did. Get over here. Okay, you just take damage immediately upon touching them. A little scary, but we're fine. Alright, we're gonna take another Noxious Thorn, I think. Teleported in just to die. Sure as heck did give me a heart attack though when you did it. Alright, let's get up there and kill that other magma worm. Mad respect to Commando for being able to have this good aim while he's just, like, running around constantly, bunny hopping around, just making absolute fools out of the enemies with his movement. Bombardment drone. Is it even worth the money? What is that? Sticky bomb. It'll help me clear. Fireworks. That'll help me clear more as well. I guess we'll hit this to get more money. Oh wait, I thought this was a shrine earlier. Oh well, this still works. Shrine of Soul, well, shaping, but I always call it Soul because it requires Soul. That's not good. God, almost took away my revive. I'm being dumb. Oh, that's huge. My DPS got a huge upgrade. More sustain. More sustain. I need one gasoline. What will I lose for it? Bungus? I can make that trade. Alrighty. No thank you on the equipment drone. One of these lava waterfalls has to have something hiding behind it, right? Anyways, let's stop delaying and get this over with. What is that? Equipment barrel. I could consider it, because there's an equipment drone right there. Okay, it's a good thing that the Shrine of Shaping is not item-based. Because I didn't proc, but I just realized that if those guys disabled my items at the right time, if it was item-based, I would be dead. Proper dead. With enough Pentabobbles, you can basically just stunlock Mithrix, so I'm excited to see how that works in the final boss fight. A blue portal appears. Now, listen, that was absurdly lucky, but I don't think I want to loot. That's tempting to keep. We'll see what happens if I put on an equipment drone, though. See if he affects us. Use your ocular HUD, buddy. What's it do? Oh, he used it. Oh, he's looking at him. Oh, he's looking at him something fierce. Oh, that's disappointing. Oh, well. Nah, I don't need the bombardment drone. It's fine. Start thinking that thing saved the run if I didn't get it. Oh, man, look, it's right there. I should have got it. It's going to save the run. Oh, no. Also, I've heard something happens if you pet the frog 10 times. Apparently, I wasn't petting it enough before. I don't know that I want to try it in this run, but maybe. More of those lunar flames that we saw the new having. Could I just skip here? Like, do I have the run speed to skip here? I don't think so. If I had like hard light afterburner, I might. I mean, I've got really big hops, so maybe I could. Is there anything I can like trimp off of over here? Maybe like, let's see if we can trimp off this. Nah. Like, if I got like 5 more movement speed items, maybe. This is not good. I need to get them all on one side of me so that way I can turn around and shoot at them, but as long as they keep putting that lunar debuff on me. Alright. And just, hup. And just go and do a hup. Oh, that slow is crippling. Alright. I just realized I didn't even look into sky to see if there were pillars here. Are there multiple? I don't think we're so lucky. It's fine, we can still do the one. Let's just like clear the perimeter a little bit first. My DPS on these guys isn't as high as I would like. But it's alright, the on-hit effects are where we start popping off. That's lower attack speed for higher skill cooldowns, I'm good. You can't touch me if I just hide behind it. I'm hiding behind the pillar. You can't stop me. Okay, they're grouped up. This might be my chance to just kill them. Stop DPSing me. Okay, he's dead. Feels like I'm not stacking this bleed very quickly for how much bleed chance I have. I have 40%. Alright, we're done here. As Raiden would say, we're done here. Oh man, that is tragic. I lost all my moves here because I was trying to check the top to see if I missed anything. But I didn't. The only thing I missed was my brain cells because I am a... We should make this, right? Yep. Sick. Is there any something? There's not? Oh man, that means the rest I'm gonna have to do are gonna be pillar of design. I'm not looking forward to that. There's one pillar of mass, I think. I have to do 2 pillars of design? You're not giving me any other options. This is not good. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. God, we got lucky. Alrighty, but like I was saying, you're not giving me many options to work with here, man. Oh, that's cool. The bullets have like little models. This is gonna suck. This just sucks. It just sucks to do. This is by far one of the hardest ones to do in this game mode. Oh my god. Sometimes you position just perfectly where it'll push you into a wall, which is exactly what you want, and then other times it just knocks you up into the sky. One of the few downsides to not playing Artificer or the False Sun or the like, you can't just skip the entire map. And if you're curious about how you do that on False Sun, try spamming your ult sometime, see what happens. Am I sure? Is there no, like... Okay, there's two over there. Oh, so is that also a pillar design? That is a pillar design. I did have to charge one of those, but there are two pillars of mass, so I'm just going to go charge those. Let's try this. Alright, now you just have to pray I can jump right before it. There we go. Because you have to preserve move speed to keep getting a bunch of, like, aerial movement. So if you just jump and lose all your movement speed from your Faraday spurs, then, yeah, you're just going to fall. Ah, yes. I can't wait to charge that pillar in 3 business days. Go home, Lunar Chimera. You're drunk. Dude was driving straight into a wall. That's fine. Alright. Gotta keep my eyes peeled in case some more of those little weird orb dudes come. Kinda remind me of the orbs from Steven Universe. The only sucky thing about these pillars, they're the slowest by far. Be gone. I do not wish to die, please. Alright. Just think about it for a moment. What would have happened if Mithrix and his brother didn't have their falling out? Because as they said, the strongest beings they've ever made working together were things like Aurelionite. Just like constructs that are made when they work together are even stronger than Lunar Chimera. They're just making boss level constructs that can actually pose a threat to them if the construct so wished. So what would have happened if things have went out differently between them? If the entire planet, not just the moon, was being guarded by constructs of their making that were made with both of them working together. Terrifying thought. They may have just been too powerful for anyone to defeat. They may have truly been unstoppable, but we'll never know because, you know, they couldn't get along. Alright, we're done with the pillars. Almost missed. All right, here it is. It's also quiet. Oh, I'm gonna get one shot. I mean, I have a warp deco, so I won't quite get one shot. Primitive scrap. Wait, which one of my drones did he break? He did break a drone, right? Yeah, there goes another. I just saw it fall and explode. Stop breaking my drones. It's not nice, but you do give me more things to interact with, so maybe keep breaking up. Oh. I do like that Mithrix is one of the only characters in the game to talk to you. He does like doing a lot of talking. Mithrix really is the talker out of the two brothers, huh? I also just realized, is this water in the outer ring we're standing in? I think it is. Yeah, it's water. Cool. Makes the whole stage where we're dueling a lot cooler seeming to me. Ramping DPS. Alright, time for the second phase. It's so cool to me that he can just create on the fly while he's dueling you. While he takes time to recover, he can just instantly cause pillars of mass to appear. Alright, boss fight's back on. This is the scary phase. Ow! I forgot his hammer can do shockwaves now. They also make pillars now. I don't think he hides anymore now. No. No, he does. Jumping was a bad idea. Equipment drone's down. And both my gunner drones are down. See if I can loop around and find out where they went. I so should have gotten hit there, but I'm not gonna wonder why. I'm gonna keep fighting. There's one of my gunner drones. Again, I'm jumping when he's doing this. It's a bad idea. Gee. The sound design on this move is fantastic, though. It really sells the impacts to what he's doing. A fight's so mighty, it's going to leave scars on the planet. It's probably the longest time it's taken me to kill Mythics, but I'm feeling a bit more confident. Pentabaubles are doing so much here, just holding him in place. Alright, now I just gotta not insta-die to him. It's a really pathetic final stage, but I like it. It really sells just the tone of how desperate he becomes in his final moments. It's also really sad that, like, one of the last things he cries out to right before he dies is his brother. Why does it say train? Never seen him say that before. Gimme. Alright, I gotta move fast. Gotta keep moving. We'll be fine. We just gotta get there. We just chill there. Runs over. We're home free. You really don't feel like the good guy, because what did we do here? We, like, avenged the ship that was honestly probably going to exploit their planet anyways. We just, like, exploited an alien planet and worked together to kill two of the main protectors of said planet. I guess so, like, I don't know. I guess they were hoping to colonize it or something, but we killed Mithrix and Providence in doing so. Like, you really don't feel good about what we did. I don't feel good about what we did. Maybe you do. Maybe you think that the deaths of all the people on the contact light justify murdering the two sole defenders of this planet. Because in killing them, we did end up basically making it... We stopped the only... I mean, we killed the only thing stopping the Void from sieging the planet. like, that's the way I'm reading what's going on here, is like Mithrix was the last line of defense between the planet and the Void, and without him, the Void's finally able to consume the moon, and probably the rest of Petrichor 5, assuming humanity doesn't step back in. Where does it go, though? That is an interesting question. That's prestige number 3 down. Enemy speed plus 40%. Is that just move speed or attack speed as well? That's terrifying. That's my new highest prestige, or Eclipse. So, but I want to read more about the lore real quick. Is there any more stuff I haven't read between Mithrix and Providence yet? I feel like whoever's speaking here doesn't have the truest, like, assuming that all these items that you cleanse yourself up, a cleansing pool, you wash away all the dark lunar influence, you're rewarded with a pearl. But I think that's just all the hatred that he's built up around himself. That's how he chooses to express himself. All the clad in all these lunar items, like twisted malevolence in each one. But when you wash away all the pain and suffering that he's endured and the way he vents about it, I think there is genuinely some kindness in Mithrix, for nothing else, his brother. Even though he abused his brother in various ways, you know, not respecting him or his wishes. Like, not necessarily exactly abuse, but he definitely mistreats his brother. Like, he doesn't see him as an equal. It's close, but he, like, still sees his ideas as objectively better and more logical, so he refuses to see things his brother's way. But the way they say it is not from a place of kindness, it cannot be. His influence is dark, but I don't think Mithrix is all dark. I think there's some good in him. Do I think he's redeemable as a character? I mean, depends if you think he's a bad character, because, like, he's using creatures carelessly for his experiments. But, like, he doesn't, like, intentionally seek out people to hurt. He's just, like, trying to meet his own ends. I don't think the same could be said for some of the other creatures in this game, like the tar. It is just, its entire goal is to spread and consume, make more of itself. I really want to see what Chef's other items are, but I'm going to have to do a run where I loop a little bit to see that, I think. I'm done with stream here anyways. I was thinking about, like, maybe taking a moment to theorize a bit more on Mithrix and his brother. Man, are there... Wait, yes, this. I do want to read about this. So they're referring to Providence as the hero, I suppose, because this is clearly an artifact made to worship him, and it seems like it is able to call his spirit in for defense. Because I don't know if you've seen the what happens when you use this item. I saw somebody post about it on the Reddit, but like if someone else looks at you using this item, when you parry, it grants blessing, and that causes your next attack to... What does blessing do exactly? It causes your next attack to always activate your on-hit effects. Oh, that paired with Void Glasses would be hilarious. Anyways, it causes a ghost of Mithrix, or at least a spirit like of Mithrix, not Mithrix, Providence to come out and strike your enemy. So this kind of gives us a better idea of hero is. So is hero just Providence? Because if that's the case, when you look at the description for the tar place. Oh wait, no, it's not the description. Is it for it's for one of the creatures from the tar area? Clay Templar, maybe? No. It's not Clay Dune Shredder, I don't think. What was the tar creature that like talks about the people who surrendered themselves to the tar? And it turned out to be a huge mistake, and the tar spread everywhere and destroyed everything. Clay Apothecary? Yes, it is. But a mighty hero, riding down from heaven on a glowing blue dragon, offered the Dune people a chance of salvation. Desperate, the Dune people took to the hero's arms and began their exodus to paradise. And the tar continued to spread. Because this is all happening on... what's it called? Petrichor 5. That means the tar is currently spreading through the world, not unlike the Void. It is one of the many, many influences that vies for control in the world. But, the hero... that has to be Providence. I don't know what a glowing blue dragon would be a stand-in for, though. And this is being spoken by somebody. And I've also seen that word hero be mentioned before, and it says, like, hero cannot be fully translated. I've seen that reference somewhere else. This also reminds me of Providence. Take his blessing and go. So this is definitely the blessing of Providence, right? That's totally something Vinny and I would say to each other. Court martial of Richard D. Baggins. The dude got court-martialed for this. That's hilarious. There's one more lunar item I have yet to unlock. I really want to unlock it. I will eventually, but not right now. Like I said, I'm probably going to end stream here. I had a lot of fun. I spent a lot longer streaming than I was hoping to, but what did I get done? I made more progress on my sketch, and I found out my next hurdle for finishing it. I do need to work on that script, and I think I'll do that off stream. But for now, I think I'm just going to chill and get ready for bed in a couple hours. So, it's been fun. I might be back tomorrow, but I think I'm done with Risk of Rain for now. Tonight wasn't very fun, and I'm still trying to parse why that was. But I think I'm going to spend a lot of today and tomorrow reaching out to people and trying to make more friends. I think that'll be fun. So, anyways, I'm going to hop off for now. Might be back tomorrow, but definitely going to be back at least one more time this weekend. So, bye.